All right, we'll get started this morning. Jen, will you do roll call, please?
Mike Dawson, Tom McDonald,
Here.
Jennifer Finley,
Here.
Jim Molitor,
Here.
Carol Langford, here, Danielle Mack, here, Big Mac, James Still Jr., Martin Charlo,
Present.
I'm here.
Lenny Strigan. And Martin is, I know
He's here.
he's on, but he's running late.
Oh, no, he commented just, yep. All right, well, let's start our morning out with the prayer. Just, I'm not sure exactly where Carol, did you do on it this morning?
Creator, today we just give thanks for all of us being here and all of our colleagues who are on travel. We just ask you to watch over them and keep them safe. We also ask for a prayer for families who have recently lost loved ones or people who are close to losing their livelihood. And we also pray for individuals who are suffering from addiction and be with them at this time and help them to get through this really difficult time. And also we ask for prayer for people who are suffering from the world effects of a lot of things that are going on in the world, in our country, and we just help them to understand that it's not the end of the world. It's just something you need to be careful and not pay too much attention to if you can help it, but be involved and voice your opinion. Thank you, Creator.
Thank you, Carol. All right, we have minutes. We have 2 sets of minutes, don't we?
Yes.
Last Thursday and then of course quarterly. Oh, Wednesday, excuse me. The half day on Wednesday and then the quarterly on Friday.
Motion to approve the April 2nd minutes with corrections.
Motion by Len to approve the April 2nd minutes with corrections. Second by James. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, show my hands. So means 6-4, 1 abstention. Jimmy? Seven, 4, excuse me. You have your April 4th minutes from the quarterly.
Mr. Chair, I'm sending corrections to Abby.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
on my update, could I just put the location will be the Pablo Skate Park, off Old 93, kitty corner from the post office. I'll send Abby the exact address. Thank you. Or at least the streets. Motion to approve.
Motion by Martin to approve the April 4th minutes with corrections. Second by James. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all's in favor? Show your hands. 6, 7, 4, 1 abstention. Jimmy. Okay, we have today's agenda. Is there any additions from council for the agenda? We have 3 walk-ins. 4 walk-ins. Any additions? Seeing none, I entertain a motion to approve today's agenda with additions. Motion by Lynn, second by James. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all's in favor? Unanimous. We'll start out with our first walk-in, Virgil.
We'll see.
We'll see, huh? Okay, you one of them days, huh? All right.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually asked Virgil to walk in today, and I know he was scheduled for like next week or something, but the urgency for this is that they're trying to apply something while the lake is low, and the lake is filling up very quickly, and so that is why time is kind of the essence. I heard about this yesterday through a connection at DNRC on my Montana Invasive Species Council meeting. And so that's why I brought it here today. So I'll let Virgil, who is the expert on this, fill in all the blanks that I left out. And I hope that we could approve this. I did talk to Dan Decker yesterday about it, sent him the background information. And so it's done a kind of a legal review. I know we don't like to do this, but in this case, the college is insured and the risk on this is fairly low. And so I hope that we can get this done today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Martin, for clarifying why I'm here at this time. As Martin said, we're applying for a DNRC Aquatic Invasive Species Grant to conduct flower and rush treatments on the bed of the lake. The match is coming from the United States Army Corps of Engineers, and the college is providing match in some of my grant funds and from the New American Restoration Initiative. We're included in that and for doing aquatic invasive species work. So the reason for the urgency is the state has their grant hearings rather late in the spring or early in the spring, but it's late in the season for treating flower and rush. We have to get an agreement between the college and the state in place. And then we have to get another contract in place with the herbicide applicator to try to hit April 15th as a target application date. That's historically when we've been able to go out and treat. This year's conditions are not ideally for what we want to do. It's good for the lake. The lake is a little full. It's 2-3 feet, perhaps above low pool. We'll probably lose some treatment sites, but it's about the same conditions as last year. And we don't know what the lake fill rate will be from here on out. Without this, we could delay till next year to do this set of treatments. Sometimes these people that they really get excited if things don't happen exactly how we think they're going to. And also in the light of the situation I'm in and the college is in, that the state requires a waiver of immunity. And I know the college is working through one right now with the tribes on heavy equipment. There's likely going to be other ones from NRD with Eurasian water milfoil. They were approved for a grant as well. And there are and probably other ones that the DNRC is gonna be working on with the tribes on stockwater development on tribal lands. So there's a broader question there that warrants your thought and your discussion. There'll be more of these coming in. And I don't want to just make this the first and the one that I'm requesting this waiver. That's about all I got. The size of the grant is, it's not large, it's $21,505, I believe, something like that.
Well, one question I have in the application, this is our first rodeo doing
Right.
treatments for flowering rush. Has there been other waivers though in regard to treatment for flowering rush that we've engaged in?
We did one 3 years ago with the state. And those are signed by DocuSign, and I did not transfer that agreement through. That went around me. And it did not have the waiver in it. So that was a mistake.
So in regards to legal reviewing the sovereign immunity issue with regard to this project, they haven't done that yet.
Not on this one, no. No.
Dan is on, Dan Decker's on.
Dan Decker's on, okay. Dan, have you listened to the presentation?
Hey, good morning, Mr. Chairman, council members. Yeah, I've been listening to the presentation. To give the caveat that obviously the college is represented by their own legal counsel, so I can't necessarily give advice on behalf of the college. I'm hoping that the college ran this by their legal counsel. As far as my representation for the tribes though, what I can say, Mr. Chairman, council members, is that this type of request isn't unusual. Especially when it comes to outside funding sources, just in general, like when these type of requests that come in for tribal departments that have come up with these similar requests, they're not out of the ordinary, I guess I would say. So I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chairman, and turn it back over to you.
So my recommendation, given the historical application of herbicides for the purpose been engaged in, and we've been experimenting with them. Flathead Lake, I don't hear the noise out there that would recognize to me as something in jeopardy that we would be concerned about for holding on to sovereign immunity. So, I mean, I would probably recommend at this point in time to approve the resolution, at least from my perspective. Should approve the resolution. Motion by James, approve the resolution for the grant application to the state for application of herbicides related to flowering rush beds of Flathead Lake. Second by Danielle. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Lee. It's I'm worried. I hope that's a misrepresented. Motion approved.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. We'll give you an update on how it turned out and the results. So I appreciate it very much, and I'll work very hard not to have this happen again.
Thanks, Roger. Okay, next up, Joseph, come on up.
Yes, this is the hot mic.
That's a hot mic, the red light's on. It's hot.
I'm sorry to bother you with this, but I've been trying to get something done on the property I live on. This is my mother's original allotment. And through one of the funds that was made available, quarter of it belongs to the tribe now, but I've been trying to get it put in trust. And this is, I think 2018, I got some tax deeds on it and carried them right to the lands department. And I think I met with Roberta Decker. And it took a while, but she reached the point where she said that everything I needed to do was done. I specifically asked her, is there anything that I needed to do to keep the process going. She says, no, you're done. And it would be done forthwith, which kind of confused me that she would use that word. But I was told later that that was a program. And I don't know if they're pulling my leg or not, but that, I think, George, oh, what's his name? You have to excuse me, names
George,
escape me.
sure.
My brain doesn't work very good sometimes. So that, has been in the works since 2018. There was a short period of time, maybe 6 months, when I asked her just forget it, but then some of my relatives said, well, you promised that you get this and get it put back in trust and divide it up, because I think 43% is in my name now on paper. And one of the stipulations of getting it put into fee and getting a tax deed on it, and I told them I would do my best to make sure they all got their fair share. Some of them is pretty small, but it's still important to the family that it be divided properly, and I want to protect the piece that I'm on, which was a home site at one time, but that expired and I was never able to get that renewed as a home site, probably because there's so many owners involved now. That pretty much lines out what's going on with the fee to trust part. Another thing I wanted to make a complaint about is behind my house, there's a little narrow drainage. And it's only about maybe 45 miles long and about maybe 1 mile wide at the widest, and it narrows down to where it's pretty narrow. It's probably only maybe a quarter mile wide just out of the house. But there's a big infestation of weeds up there, all different kinds of weeds, and tried through their herbicide program, the weed control program is extensively sprayed that area. I didn't take pictures the last time I took pictures. There was a tanker with a helicopter, and they were almost exclusively in that little drainage because it has so many weeds in it. And I lost my train of thought there, but so besides there was 2 helicopters with tankers that sprayed it. Last one was just last year in 2024, and the one before that was about 5 years. And then in between them, there was a sign where you come on from the west onto that piece of property. It's the old Nicholson Ranch, that a spraying had took place and to not do anything in that area for a while because the herbicides have been applied there. So that's 3 times that I know of that the herbicides have been pretty liberally sprayed on that area. Well, the problem is that area feeds my well. I live along the Jocko there, and one little area of it is fed by that little stream, I think on the map, and some maps it's called Little Arkansas Drainage. And so I have, I'm really nervous about using that water. We quit drinking the water about 2 years ago when our dogs died. We had 2 pretty healthy dogs, and they were in their prime, and they just got sick and died. The first one that got sick, we called her to Missoula because we thought maybe we could do something. They x-rayed her. They charged us $600 to tell us she was dying, and she was full of tumors. The second one, he just got sick, and a couple of days later he died, and he was foaming at the mouth. And these dogs got all their water right from our house. They lived in the house with us. They were real close pets. So I don't know what can be done. I talked to housing, and I talked to a Rocky Davis, I think her name was, the Davis part, might be wrong, but she said the policy is they're behind on getting wells, and I wouldn't be eligible for a well because I didn't meet the conditions, because I had a well that produced water. And it wasn't sloughed in where it didn't work anymore, and it wasn't contaminated with arsenic. So that was the only criteria they could use at the time to qualify you for a well. Now, I don't like to use word entitled because I don't think anybody is entitled, but I wanted to see if I could get on the list because of the herbicide to see if I could get a well. And there's the whole Jocko River drainage is right there within 100 yards of another well. So that pretty well covers what's going on. It could, all of this could be, I don't know how much herbicide has been sprayed on there. I only know of the 3 times, but I see in the minutes in the herbicide program, and the weed infestation is there, it's still there, so I imagine it's going to be sprayed a lot more in the future to get rid of all of that. So those are my 2 main concerns. I don't know what the council can do about either one, but Lance, if we need to have another meeting, maybe Lance would come up and present what's going on with either one.
Well,
I met with quite a few people on the transfer of the land from fee to trust. And like I mentioned, Roberta Decker, but also I met Louise Mitchell. I think I met with Shara Hendricks Huskinson. And the last one I met with, that I wrote her name down, Stormy Garden. And what kind of scary to me is they said that process can cost up to $5,000 now. So I don't mind paying it to get it straightened out, but I don't know why the fee would be so high. Okay, that is all that will come up in my mind about these 2 things, but then I wanted to mention that a couple of years ago, my wife has some property in the upper part, it's behind Mission, right at the foot of the mountains there, that she inherited. And most of it's inaccessible, at least 25 to 30 acres is inaccessible because of the canal. So she put forth a proposal, we brought it to lands to trade that for some other property. We had some property in mind, which is in Valley Creek, that they could trade that and look at it and you know, pay for whatever value the difference was or the appraisals. But we never heard back from that one at all in 2 years. So that's about it. That's my concerns, and if the council seemed fit to bring lands up and try to get some resolution on a couple of these things, I would appreciate it.
well, yeah, Joseph, we have the, I guess we call it the acting lands gentleman back there with shaking his head. George Ducharme, so he's right here, and basically all your issues are with the lands department. Other than putting your name in for a new well, my question about your wells is, have you had your water tested?
Yes, in fact, I went to Carol with the information last year, and she got a hold of lands right away. Well, it ended up Tribal Environmental came and they did some tests on the well. But here's the thing I understand about the well is they test 6 to 8 ounces. But in the meantime, I got my water heater over here boiling, heating up 55 gallons at a time of the same well. And my understanding is with these herbicides, almost any herbicide, that starts coming out of your water when you heat it. So I was told by one of the techs at the Tribal Environmental, as low as 80 degrees, that stuff starts coming out. And you're sitting there with a 120, 130 degree water heater, heating 55 gallons and probably maybe up to 200 gallons during a single day, bringing that water out and releasing that at faucet, ready to let whatever's in that water out. So when you're sitting in the shower or sitting in the bathtub or over a sink of water, how do you know what's coming out of that water? How much you're in running the water, wash machine or the dryer, anything, all of that. If there's anything in that water, it's gonna boil off and come into your house. I know a little bit about that because I was in the Navy and I was looking at blue water ships, how much they were exposed of, even out in the Gulf with all of that pollution possible. The blue water ships still had a concentration of the herbicides that was several multiples, 7 or 8 multiples of what even the Delta rivers had. So just that heating that water brings that out because those waters, ships use a process called evaporation, make their water, and that's how it tends to concentrate.
So the test that you got back didn't show any,
They were all negative.
they're all negative.
Negative,
Exceeding the
negative.
limits.
I had tested them prior myself. I went to the lab in Ravala and they said they didn't test, but they give me the address of the state environmental testing facility. So I sent it to there and that come back negative.
So I gotta ask you this question. Your goal in getting a new well is just go deeper? You think you'll get better water by going deeper? Or is that why you want a new well?
I'm sorry, Tom, I don't hear
Why not? If your well currently is testing negative, what would a new well do for you?
Well, a new well wouldn't be in the same drainage. I have the Jocko River right there. So
Yeah, okay.
but it's two completely different sources of water. Now we know within the probably the 3 herbicides applications that we know about. I don't know how many gallons it would be, but you're probably talking into the thousands of gallons of stuff applied. 2 of these were big tankers with helicopters. I sent Carol the picture of the helicopter last year applying it, and that water is all going to come. It probably doesn't come steady in a stream like you would be able to test, because that stream is an established stream, even though it's underground. It's, most of our creeks on the reservation, the small creeks are underground. And it goes right to where my well is, and that stuff is going to be coming probably long after I'm dead. And every time there's a runoff, it's going to pick up some of that stuff and bring it down to us.
George, got any words of wisdom, or you can meet with Joseph after we're done here?
That's what I'd like to do,
Okay,
if I may,
that would be good.
Vice Chairman. I'll meet with Joe and see what we can do and get the
All right, well, that's probably the best, unless anybody else has any comments, that's probably the best we can do for you right now. Go ahead, Carol.
Yeah, I would really hope, George, that we could definitely get this resolved. I mean, he's been asking for quite a while now, and I know you change over. I mean, I've explained it all to him, but it just seems like, he's getting older. Uncle Joe's getting older, so we need to try to.
I will ask the staff to get his name up alongside a couple others that we're working on right now as far as the FEDA trust goes. And see if we can't get his portion in trust. Now, there is a little bit of problem, if you will, Joe, you know
George,
that.
push the button. So.
Whoops, excuse me, people. There. All right, now y'all can hear me. So there's a bit of a problem with Joe's because you're an undivided interest holder. So he will never be a sole owner of what he's trying to accomplish here. In some aspects, I would think maybe one of the solutions may be for you to offer what you have in those 2 allotments as an exchange for that parcel you're looking at in Valley Creek, if the council is willing to entertain something like that. And maybe that's where we should be trying to work toward, and let us worry about the FEDA trust at a later date. Just because we don't have a handle on the FEDA trust process right now. I know Holly is doing all she can to get on board and become that person. But she also has a right of way backlog that, and y'all know the story, and I'm not trying to, I'm trying to help Joe. Is what I'm trying to work at, and maybe that's the avenue I should take, and if y'all would, I'd go that direction. I think that's a quicker, smoother, and it would get you out of that hole where you're at, and get you up where you're thinking, maybe this is someplace I'd like to use. The exchange we talked about.
Well, the thing is, the property we were looking at is also in the area that they spread.
That same problem. So, well, maybe you and I should do some searching, or staff and somebody, it doesn't have to be me.
I disagree with George in the fact that the answer is to get me off of the property. Because there's water available right there. Within 100 yards of where the well is, it still has pollution and stuff, but it doesn't have the high concentration, because this is a little tiny creek where you dump thousands of gallons of herbicide compared to the whole Jocko Valley, which is probably over 100,000 acres. And of course, it has a lot of pollution, but with the dilution factor, I think I'd be better off with that water.
Excuse me, Joe, I didn't mean to try to get you off the property at all. I was looking for a solution. And if that's not something you would like, I'm not trying to say that's what you should do.
Well,
it was just a thought. And I could work with Joe if y'all wish, and try to work with the water board and see if we can't get him on the for a new well. I mean, a 40-foot well is not much when you're talking, most wells around here are well over that. And he would get, he would get down where we're getting some I guess clear, what do they call that, when you're processing the water through the soils and some purification. But I can work with them and see if that'll help too. I don't know, I have a kind of a bit of a rapport up yonder. I'll see what I can do to try to help Joe out any way I can.
Yeah, that's the only avenue right now for a new well is through. They facilitate the well system, our housing authority. So that's only one process that we have.
Yeah.
But as far as the land moving around, that's certainly all definitely a Georgia.
Well, I don't think we got into it, but I carried the deeds to the new tax deeds to lands in 2018. And I had these same promises, we're going to do something, because it's going to, after the transfer to fee to trust, if it ever takes place, it's going to take a while I don't want more than my share or anything, even though now in paper I'll own 43%, but that still belongs to the other heirs, and I'd like to be able to work through the process where they all get their equivalent share, but I still wanted to have my house and a little piece of property I'm protected on, and to be in my name so I can pass that on. And I don't know how complicated it is to get that separated. I've talked to George about it before, and he says that would be hard to get enough of the people together to agree to that. So, but that would be another process after we get it in trust, because when it's in fee, it's just a mess. Sure, I can pass it on to my heirs, but it'd still be a mess because it's all undivided, and I'd just really like to get this taken care of before I cash my chips.
Starting to meet with George would be your first step, at least in the new day starting today, and hope you're successful. There is a lot of people in your same shoes, Joseph, me included.
10 other owners, and one of those other owners are the tribes.
Okay. All right, well, please, if you have enough time, George has time this morning. Thank you, Joseph.
Okay, I thank you for your time.
You bet.
Can you give me a minute? Yeah.
Sure.
Our next items for executive session. So we'll move into executive. Like Carol?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we send this to the legal department for 30-day review and bring it back for approval. Whether they choose state law or tribal, I think it should be tribal.
Thank you.
Okay, motion by Carol. Second by Danielle. Any further discussions? Seeing none, all in favor?
Oh,
That's Martin's in favor, it's unanimous. Okay. We're back to our first agenda item.
Unless you guys want to do the breakdown.
Oh man, another dirt globe.
I can brush them up if you need it.
Put it to him. Give some of that brotherly love.
Backup, my backup.
He was kind of talking the other way, you know?
Now.
Yeah, you're up. What question episode of Vikings? I don't know, we on break? Did he break? Break, we're on a quick break, sorry, I jokes. I jokes earlier. Well, that's right, okay, let's keep going again. Come back into section after a break, go ahead, Mike. That's quick.
That's quite special. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of council. I'm here today to ask for permission for staff to do a change of duty for my Earth Day event coming up on the 25th of this month. And before I forget, you're all invited to dinner tonight over at the Sherry McDonald, the Crown Managers Partnership Forum. We'll start tonight, or actually this afternoon, with the committee we're meeting. You're welcome to come for that at 2 o'clock and stay for dinner at 5 o'clock. I've got 3 events. I told them if I ever do this again, kick me, you know where. 3 events this
Let Joe do that.
yeah. 3 events this month. The Eagles Youth Summit is on the 23rd. You're all welcome to stop by. That's a Wednesday, so I'll be over to college. And then the 24th, I believe Mary Rose came in and asked for a change of duty for folks to do the highway cleanup. And then the 25th is the Earth Day event over to college. So that's what I'm asking, just for folks. How I'm gonna set that up is similar to kind of like the river honoring, where people will be able to go around. It's open to the community. Set up similar to a job fair where we'll have booths. So every sector in the climate strategy will have a booth. So it'll be air, water, forestry, lands, all the different sectors will have a booth that folks can visit. I also have some other folks coming in from, we'll have some EVs, electric vehicles. Tom, if you wanna come on over and bring your vehicle for people to check out on the Earth Day event.
So they could drive it around.
Yeah, so I'm having a bus come down from Whitefish. They're bringing a bus. What's really,
I beat that bus in a race.
Yeah. Well, what's pretty amazing about the bus was that the Whitefish School last year at the event, they said when it was really cold, that electric bus was the only one that would go. All the diesel ones gelled up or whatever, they couldn't go get kids or nothing, but the electric bus still was able to go pick up kids. And although they can't go as far when it's so cold, they still go. So anyway, that's what I'm asking, if folks could do a change of duty for that day. Well, actually, it's on a Friday. So if they come on Friday, I guess it would be maybe they'd do, I don't know if it would be a change of duty then, right?
No, but there are segments of our workforce that do work on Friday.
Yeah.
That your change of duty station wouldn't be applicable to.
Okay.
Motion by James to approve the change of duty station with supervisor's approval to attend the SKC Earth Day event on April 25th. Second by Jimmy. All those in favor? Unanimous.
Lunch.
I have on the calendar to come over on the 23rd, talk to the Eagles at 1 o'clock.
Okay. Yeah, good, thank you. And then dinner tonight, 5 o'clock.
What's the menu?
Chili, bison chili and fried bread. Kenneth Catering is cooking for us today. And then, Couture is making our lunch for tomorrow.
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, so tomorrow at, the welcome at 9, I'm gonna be doing that for Mike.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
cool.
just at the gym?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, at the,
Charlotte Warley Theater?
theater, yes,
Okay,
thank you.
okay, I'll be there.
Lamb lunch. Have a good day.
You too, Mike.
Thank you. Ready for the backup, Joe?
Oh, that right, yep, I need to.
That's quick.
Wait for that old man, you could see he could barely get out of his seat.
Oh, you had to help him on.
That back.
Fish hook. Yeah, hooked him to the chair, I think.
Yeah. Well, good morning, Council, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your time this morning. I've got a few agenda items. I believe you have the packet. Okay. Some org chart changes and then some resolutions, for your consideration. As they come up, I will maybe start talking about it. The first request is to add staff to the physical therapy department. A physical therapist and a physical therapy aide. So we have staff in each of our physical therapy facilities.
You can use your mouse to change your page now.
Okay. So that is the initial request. I did include, I guess some information about, demonstrating the need for the additional therapist. And then kind of I don't know what I'd call it. Math problem to show that there's the potential to generate enough revenue to support the position. It's a very tight margin, but yeah, certainly a need as far as people getting in for assessments and physical therapy care. So we would like to staff each physical therapy facility with a therapist and an aide. So maybe I'll explain my math. So the collections is a number I call N. The salaries in fringe, I just used the tribe's budget form and plugged in average salaries for a therapist and an aide. This box is kind of my payer mix. So how many of my encounters have insurance coverage? Not sure if you have questions about that particular math problem. So, Mr. Chairman, the request is to add a physical therapist and a physical therapy assistant or aide to the organizational chart.
So Joel, the salaries you expressed, the 250,000, that's for the 2 positions.
Correct.
For these contract positions.
They can be, yeah. It'll depend on who the applicant pool is. We'll put them on the org chart and then we'll take the steps through personnel to advertise them, kind of figure out who that applicant pool is and then decide, if there's a tribal member who applies and meets the criteria, we will try to move them on as a permanent. If it's a non-tribal member or there's some questions, we'll explore the contract.
I guess I would just, given the uncertainty of the Trump administration, what's going on, and no matter who it is, they'd like to behoove us to look at the contract
Sure.
positions.
We can do that.
Any other questions or comments? Yep, motion to approve the physical therapist addition to the road trip. Motion by James to, what's that?
And aid, PT and PT aid.
No, physical therapist aid position. Motion by James to approve the addition of 2 physical therapy positions to the org chart. Second by Danielle. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? I believe it's unanimous. No.
Very good. The second request, council, Mr. Chair, is to add the pharmacist intern back to the org chart. Kind of in our iterations over time, somehow that position got dropped off the org chart. We have a staff member filling that position. Really, it's for a pharmacy staff member who is pursuing school to be a pharmacist. That position is filled somehow, probably my fault. That position got dropped off the org chart. So we just want to add that back onto the org chart. It's been a position that's been on the org chart previously. We fund it, we have it staffed. It got dropped off the org chart, kind of.
So you're telling me personnel missed position that is not an org chart, but you're running it?
I probably missed it.
Well, no, you did, but somebody else did too.
Yeah,
We didn't keep.
there is a position occupying that position in our department now.
Certainly a position is needed. Motion by Danielle to re-add the pharmacist intern training position to the org chart. Second by Jimmy. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Unanimous.
Very good. The other items, the chat aid changes, I'm gonna pull those and not make that request now. We were trying to move pretty quickly to fill some chat aid positions because there is a cohort starting in April at Northwest Indian College. We did an internal ad to see what interest was for staff members to take on that role. That, how do I explain it? So there was not a significant amount of interest internally. The candidates we did have, because it's a 2-year commitment, it's a 2-year college commitment for that position. One of the candidates we had was in the group of ladies this morning. So she when she tried to inquire about it, her background investigation disqualified her from that. So we've got some work to do around the chat program and how we might move forward with that particular program. So I will pull those. So we'll circle back at some point with the chat aid when we're more comfortable about how that cohort might move forward. So no action required on those. I'm going to pull those requests. All right. My other request in your package, I hope Jennifer had a chance to get it. I submitted it late. Is a resolution allowing us to submit a grant application to the Rocky Mountain Tribal Leaders for IT support. Rocky Mountain Tribal Leaders notified us they have a grant available to tribes for $41,000. We will use it to upgrade various computers and hard drives. So we're asking for approval to submit that application. It's a $41,000 grant, primarily using our IT division. I picked the last one in the list. Was it that one? Trying to find it.
Okay. Hold on, I'll move it, Joe.
Okay.
Go ahead and get somebody with some coordination skills.
It's your resolution, correct?
It's the resolution to the Rocky Mountain Tribal Leaders. No, not that one.
Those are the only two resolutions you need.
Um,
I'll check right now.
Okay.
While we're talking about it.
okay, so anyway, it's a resolution approving a grant application to the Rocky Mountain Tribal Leaders for a data and IT modernization grant. The amount is $41,000.
No, we can say that resolution is for the two.
It was
And
a,
then you sent me the
follow-up email.
start by email. And then you done the resolution to establish Medicare B and the Medicare B distribution.
It should,
And then you sent me the policies.
there should have been a second email after that.
Then
I-
you sent me the facility and the fitness center policy.
Okay. I will circle back with the resolution for the grant application, in your hands.
Is there a deadline on there?
Um. It's not pressing. Legal
Okay,
pressing.
well, you got to, by the end of the day, we can take action.
Okay, perfect. All right.
It's a grant application.
Yeah, I will get that to you. The other two resolutions, Mr. Chairman, are related to the Medicare B program. Again, I may have neglected to come back to tribal council to get council approval for the Medicare B reimbursement policy and the Medicare B reimbursement distribution. I think I may have talked to you in the health committee and not come back as council, but for us to move forward, we need to have council action to proceed with the Medicare B distribution in May. So we would like to get that action addressed. And I have two resolutions associated with that. One is approving the policy that we've shared with you. And the second resolution is approving the distribution in May. I did want to point out that the distribution language includes a reimbursement for Medicare B premiums to tribal elders and tribal members under 65 who are eligible for a Part B because of a disability. So we want to capture both of those, not just elders. I want to make sure it's clear that there's really two groups that are eligible for this reimbursement is those under 65 who have a disability and are getting Part B, and elders 65 and older.
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I worked a little bit with Kevin on this project way back when. Did Social Security do away with the penalty, or how did that, is that still part of this too? We have to catch up that penalty with those that didn't sign up when they were supposed to. Yeah.
That's correct. There is still a penalty. We're using, I think that premium right now is about $185. We're using an average of about $200 to do our math. So we have 190 people on the sponsorship program, which is people who have identified currently up to date who have a medical condition that we just want them to get on Part B. So we continue with that sponsorship program. We do pay penalties at times. Our math for the reimbursement is about a $200 average. So we're hoping that that captures enough to address those penalties here.
Motion to approve the resolution.
Motion by James to approve there's two of them, which one?
Vice Chair, if I
Yeah.
can make a comment. I think it's important to delineate where it says tribal members. If that is just CSKT tribal members or members of other tribes. And I think that's really important for tribal health because they service both. I believe the intent is CSKT tribal members, and that language should be added.
I think it does say that.
as his payments to eligible
Travel members of the Confederation of Community Tribes. In the resolution.
Thank you.
We at least know what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I might have looked at the wrong one that was up, but yeah,
Maybe it's the other one.
yeah. Just to clarify.
motion on the first one.
Motion by James, second by Jimmy. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Please forward to out of the room, Landy and Martin, out of the room. Then the second resolution is to do the actual distribution or.
Yeah, yep. The distribution, I think, identifies, I guess, a not to exceed amount, so about $3 million.
Yes, yes. Motion by Jimmy to approve the distribution of the resolution. Second by James. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? 6-4, 2 out of the room. Martin and Lynn.
All right. That's what I had. Gives us the authority to move forward with that May distribution. I believe there are still a few registration events on the calendar.
Do you have a head count of what people that signed up?
I don't, I had at the last health committee, I had a number of people we had made contact with, but I can check with Catherine to see if they've started that list and come bring that information back.
Okay, you know, Carol and I can sign it up.
Question, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I'm trying to change my PCP and I didn't see that on the website. It's got you can register for services and the confidential thing, but it did have the PCP change form on there. I was wondering if that might be something that could be added to the travel health website.
Yes, yeah, we're trying to figure out how to use IT to make that registration or updating process easier. Still some glitches to work through. I think early on in the process, I don't know if it's still a challenge, is because it's a Providence software, people from other areas were able to select a PCP with us and they're not eligible. So we've got some glitches to work out, but yeah. Yeah. I think that at some point we should explore that, opening up the service population, but charge people for receiving care. That's good idea. All right, that's it. I did include our current policy on the community centers. Maybe for your information, we are revising that internally and we'll make some edits to that. When we're done with our internal review, we're going to distribute it for everybody's comments. We'll share it with Patty and an executive team and with council to see if there are some additional edits you want to add to those community center usage policies. Kind of in process to get there.
Yeah, thank you, Joel, on that issue. If a relative council member hypothetically goes to a center or presents himself at a healthcare facility and they don't want to do the paperwork or they don't want to abide by the policies and procedures, and they say to the staff person, well, I know a council member and blah, 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 I don't think I need to do X, Y, and Z. What, it puts that staff person in a tough spot, so I don't know that I necessarily need a response, but I've heard that happen in a few of the facilities that people didn't want to do what they were supposed to do, like everyone else is supposed to do, and wanted special treatment just because they know a council member or they're related to a council member. And I've told my family, don't use that card because I'm not going to back you up on it. I hope other council members do the same. So anyway, I can talk to you later.
Yeah.
A lot more details.
I think that's why having a clear policy in place may help address that. So yeah.
Thank you. That's, yeah, absolutely. I just think when anyone that says that, and hopefully the staff realizes that, if somebody says that does not apply, you have to fill out the form or do what the policy says. Doesn't matter whether you're a council member related to one or not, so. Anyway, that was something that somebody talked to me about the other day.
Yeah, we do want to make it clear that they are community centers, open for multiple uses. So we'll try to capture that in policy, and then again, we'll distribute it for comment and edits.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
You're killing us.
That's all I have is, sorry.
Good morning, I know it's small.
Jennifer, can you email that to us so we can zoom in and actually see it, please?
And Danielle, that's not the most current one, I don't believe.
I sent the one they gave me in February 18th. I don't have any newer ones
That I use, good morning, everyone. I use Visio and, I can only print it out on legal, now I have to zoom it out. Anyways, I am here to update the org chart. And the changes from the last one are in the financial division. I've added the travel court improvement program and state travel program, partnership program, manager. And, and the partnership resource advocates 122 and the partnership administrative assistant on that one. And then I've also added 2 financial supervisors to make it easier for Karen to do our financials. We have one of the largest group of grants, and what are you trying to do?
I'm trying to zoom it in. This was right. There it is.
There you go, yeah. But this is not the current one anyways.
Oh,
Anyways, so I've added 2 positions in there. And then in the community support, I've added 2 additional security trainees due to that MOA that we made with maintenance to train. And I've also added, in the community support, I've changed and there, Karen, you're.
I'm sorry.
If I get moved around, then I lose my train of thought. So I've added 2 additional training sections on the left under the security program manager in there for that MOA that we did with maintenance on the community side. And then in the Quicksilver, I've taken off the Flathead Transit that you gave Corky permission to not apply for that grant. And social services, per directive by executive, I've added that child protection services specialist position directly under the division manager. I have removed the Tawahi grant, which has been placed underneath education.
Go ahead, Mark.
What you,
Isn't that position that you just The one that moved up underneath the division manager, isn't that temporary?
I don't know how long that's going to be, but it is up underneath.
And that person's still employed with you?
I would defer that question to executive officer at this moment. Or we could go into executive. We could go into executive session on that. I don't want that to be out. That would be a discussion that we should have with Patricia in private.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Say it.
And so the next thing on the social services is I have, combined the Montana Transitional Living Specialist with ICWA because they're both part-time positions. Those are the changes on the org chart that I'm asking for approval on.
Go ahead, Danielle.
I apologize, this is really hard to follow. We've got an old one and then you're telling us what's gonna be new and nothing's highlighted. There's so many moving pieces. And if I heard correctly, when we're going through it, because I'm trying to jot down and find spots on here as you're telling me.
So
did I hear 2 financial supervisors? And why 2 supervisors? I guess.
So there's
a hierarchy.
if you look on the financial portion, Danielle, and you see where it says the financial division manager,
Okay. hang on.
right?
Got it.
Okay, go down and it says financial supervisors 1 through 4. So in DHRD, there's 5 divisions. Those 4 financial supervisors will be over 4 divisions and be able to, because we have the largest amount of, what did you call those that they have the most financial transactions within the tribe to process. So they will be over those 4 divisions. So they'll be over, one will be over community support division, one will be over social services division, one will be over elderly services division, and one will be over Quicksilver. And that's why it's split up like that, so that they can handle the amount of transactions that each one of those divisions do because of the amount of transactions that are processed per year in DHRD. Because we are the 2nd largest.
I get that.
department.
So underneath those financial supervisors, we have lead accounts and specialists. Is that another layer of supervisors and bosses? I just want to make sure we don't have a bunch of bosses and supervisors with nobody to supervise. That's kind of my question when I'm seeing some of our tribal work charts. I'm seeing more supervisors than associates working under them. So I'm
gonna let Karen explain to you how she's designed her division. That's okay. I'm gonna deflect.
Good morning. So my division, it's been taken since like 2020 for us to develop a good workflow. So we are very small at the beginning. We thought we could manage over 50 accounts with 1 supervisor, a couple accounting techs, and 1 lead account specialist. Our lead account payable specialist monitors all the workflow that comes in from all the 5 divisions. So the reason why we have 2 is we were unable to give one person that leave a day off. You know, it's like, you can't leave, then we're passing the duties down to an accounting tech. So it's just been the, sure.
sorry, I guess I can't see how you couldn't give your lead a day off, but your supervisor step in while they're on vacation and kind of assist. I guess we just,
Yeah.
I'm not
So-
seeing in other organizations where you
Right.
create a 2nd position at a high paying job to cover for somebody's earned vacation time. I'm just having a hard time.
Okay, so we're here today because we only had 1 supervisor, and when people take time off and they're doing that, their duties. So today we're here for journal entries because that 1 person was unable to manage all these duties. We do over 8,000, we're service driven. We do over 8,000 purchase orders per annual. And with that, there comes questions, and every, you know, just a lot of communication between programs and stuff, and there'll be multiple, not just one person. We have multiple people coming and calling in. Just handling one situation, it could take all day. So we're here, you know, so this is to help us stay and keep in deadlines. It's not because we're asking for, this is a huge role. These positions require, you know, a bachelor's degree. And they need to know accounting and financial management and understand grants and understand drawdowns, basically do multiple people's jobs. These supervisors do, and they just provide oversight with the workflow. So they do step in. Today, both of our lead accounts payable are out. So one of my two supervisors, one's currently training, is doing that job. We're still behind on certs. So, I mean,
And it's no different than the other departments. They have the same setup.
No, and to that point, when I said that, I said, I see that throughout our organization. We've got lots of supervisors with them supervising minimal associates. And so I think we need to make sure we're managing our financial assets. Payroll is the largest expense to any corporation, to any company. And so when we are asked to add more supervisors, I think it's fair that we ask these questions on why do we need more supervisors and how many people are they overseeing? Because, with the state of where we're at, with who's in charge, our funding, where we're in a very unsure time, it's a big ask to ask for more supervisors and to make a lot of changes. And sometimes we've got to figure out how to pick up that slack in our offices and make sure we're running our offices efficiently. Not saying you're not making accusations, but I think that if we're not asking the questions, we're not doing our job. So I hope it didn't come out as feeling attacked, but those are questions I think are fair to ask.
Thank you for asking.
Yep.
Any other questions about the org chart?
Well, I'm not inclined to vote on it because I can't see it, and I would appreciate maybe a write-up of the justifications of it, and then budget analysis if that was all paid for, but Patricia, I can't see any of this.
And my apologies, I had asked, I didn't know I was on council this morning until this morning. And I've been bumped a couple of times with the org chart where I've had it over here with the larger print, so that is my apology for that. If I could get on later this afternoon and you could look at what I have here, which is the larger print, that would be great for me, because
Can you make 10 copies of this?
yes, I can, Martin. And because I've been trying to get on here for this for 2 months. And I have, I know you're looking at me, giving me, but I have furnished a bigger copy. I can't put this one in the attachment. I can only put that little ugly one, which, and I don't, in my printer, when my printer prints, it prints out with dots. Because they gave me inferior ink, unfortunately, but I have furnished you with the bigger ones, but
I need to break it apart in each division on the sheet, but go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. My question is, by adding the positions, I guess my main concern is, you know, what's gonna benefit the process of getting the certs up to date every month, and that is kind of one of my concerns. If we add this particular person, is that going to help that process be more expeditious? You know, because I know we need, you know, other departments have issues as well with their keeping up on the search and such. So I'm wondering how is this going to improve that process, that the department's up to date on the search?
we will be doing, James, training tomorrow and on the 16th on our process and streamlining that and making a very specific work plan moving forward for and overhauling our financials. So that, as well as these two additionals who will be in those particular divisions, and is my hope, as well as this, that we will be not having those additional problems with JEs moving forward. So it's gonna be a very specific training that we will start kicking off tomorrow over in Mission Valley Power in their boardroom, and then here on the 16th.
So you'll be engaging with the trainings that Greg and them have.
That will be additional, but we will be doing it in-house, and Katie will be present as well.
Go ahead, Carol.
The question everybody wants to know, do you intentionally not do your certs? No.
No. No, no, we do not.
No, I didn't have to ask you, I think I knew the answer to the question, so really, what you're trying to do in the org chart is trying to mitigate for those issues that you're having.
And that is correct, and also by having this additional training and working out a protocol and policy and procedures
Do you
to.
have enough people or too many?
Well, with the additional projects that were put on DHRD as well as ARPA and the additional invoices that came through, that was a lot for my finance people to process. Our normal processing is around about 8,000, and then we had the additional, that was a lot to put on a small group of people. So our intent is to streamline and put these additional trainings and protocols in place and get those JEs and every other procedure in DHRD in alignment by putting these additional P&Ps in place.
Okay, if I can finish, I'll have Greg answer. How many other departments have that? Maybe probably tribal health, a few others, but the other question is. I don't have another question, so anyway, thank you.
Good, Martin.
Is Charlie still your contract and grant person?
She is.
Thank you.
Go ahead, turn.
So the tribe received a grant, $450,000 grant, and it's effective October 1st, 2024. Pending our org chart update, we haven't been able to do any operating of it. So, we're waiting. We have somebody ready to do it, but like we're 6 months into it not doing anything. So I just want to make you aware. So, I guess you have any recommendations so we can expedite this org chart update? I'd appreciate, because that's one of the ones that are under me. And, I can't even turn in the documentation that's required to assign a PI when I don't even have, I can't place that person in there. So I just wanted to make you aware.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think my concern on the certs is that other departments might get behind, but they catch them up. And, there's a few months that you've been way behind. And so just figuring out how do we get that on track, get those more regular, because as Carol's right, some departments get behind, but it's not a chronic issue. And so I'm just hoping that this gets fixed and get the staff in place, that it's not a chronic issue. Issues between departments that might get behind, but it's not chronic. And this has become chronic. And so we need to get it back on track. That's not point any fingers at anybody personally. It's just, let's figure out how to get this on track. And I think engaging with Katie and Greg and the trainings that you mentioned, that's hopefully going to get that right and get it back in line. So thank you.
One other question that I really want to see the org chart because I've never seen it before. How many new positions are you adding in this proposal?
I'm only adding the 2 for the finance, which are the 2 that she's talking about. And I'm adding 2, I'm only adding in, that's the only actual one I'm actually adding, Tom, and is her 2 positions. The rest of them I'm just combining, deleting, and removing, switching the title on the word in elderly, because Diane is no longer the assistant division manager / trust. She's actually the division manager. So I will highlight and put some yellow on the ones that you're going to look at if you like, so you can see that. And usually I just write down my changes.
That is super.
Yeah, we could do that.
Any other comments or questions? Take action on when you see your org chart. Thank you.
You're good. Stay, stay.
Kind of got it off.
Morning, Mr. Vice Chairman and members of the council. So today I'm here to make a recommendation and a suggestion on the approval of the journal entries. There was a 185-page journal entry packet submitted, I believe, 2 or 3 weeks ago to get DHRD's programs up to speed. And we set them aside while we really dug deep with Katie and the program and the department. So I'm here today to make the recommendation that the group of journal entries be approved and give you an explanation of some conditions that accompany that, because I think it's really important for you to understand where we're headed. So the journal entries are designed to get the programs on track, and there's been a reprieve and a suggestion, I think, an agreement by Ms. Hibbler in to get the group certified up through the end of March, using the whole first half of the fiscal year to get the whole department certified through the first half. And the deadline date for those is going to be the end of April. Concurrent with that, Katie's been working directly with the department head and Karen to come up with a training schedule and to identify some trainings that are going to be going on. And we're committed from the finance side to continue and supporting of that. I'll let you ask questions of Katie and her to elaborate to answer any questions that you might have.
I appreciate the training that you're gonna put on. I think it's always helpful for to understand. Just want to thank you for that.
Any other questions? Comments? Then training is always good. Go ahead, Kate.
Chair, if I may, with some of the questions that you are asking, one of the things that we looked at is other departments who have quite a few large grants and how they are running it on the financial side. So we did sit down and talk about like what's a better workflow. One of the things that we implemented 4 years ago on our cert is that the program manager is involved in them and that they sign them. Because the idea is, how does a program manager operate a program or a grant and not know their budget and not know what is happening financially? So DHRD, the finance staff has taken on a lot of work and have been doing all the certs. And I said, hey, that's part of the reason why so if you're doing all of it and you're digging into all of it, the program manager needs to be more involved. And they're the ones who are supposed to be signing off on this. So we talked about a better workflow and getting program managers coming in if they don't understand what the grant documents say. So tomorrow we're going to be doing a training on walking through what the grants are. We're going to learn about just vocabulary of grants. We're going to talk about deadlines, what the grants say when they are, who their grant person is that they need to talk to in their federal finance, or if it's a state finance. We talked about how it's really important that a program manager does know their expenses and what is and is not eligible. And if there's then comes back and they're saying, I'm going to purchase this item, and Karen or one of their finance managers says that's not eligible, the program manager should know exactly what is and isn't. And if they need to argue, and if it's an argument about just language differences and understanding, do they then send an email to their funding agency? So getting the program manager more involved, and they will do the cert, submit it to their finance managers, and they will say, yeah, you're right, this journal entry does need to happen, or no, it doesn't. And getting them more involved and working on that workflow to help them with that process as well. And so then we asked them, well, I asked them to go through and create their own. I said, I'm not going to give you your processes. Here's what works for other departments. Here's what worked when I was a program manager, and develop your own processes. So they did that, and we sat down and looked at it again this morning. We actually just came from there. They wrote them out. And then we had some more things like, well, you need to look at these kind of deadlines too, and they're going to add that. So the next week, we're also meeting and doing a training. They're going to be going through, and they're going to be training their new process. And there are departments process on how to do that. So I said, this is gonna take a little bit of time for them to get in this process and get new expectations for their program managers and get them to own their jobs more. And know what's happening on their financial side. And we're gonna also train them on how to keep, when they do a PR and they say, like this morning, I gave an example of a bus. You purchase a $200,000 bus and you've done the PR. It doesn't get put on the GL until the bus is actually purchased, but they need to know that 200,000 is already spent, right? So then they don't overspend. So they need to be able to track that. So that's the kind of training we're also gonna do next week. So it's not just on these finance team, that they become a team together and to work on that. Because other departments have done this and it works really well. And I'm excited because now I'll get to know who their program managers are and what they run. I was telling them, I think I only know one, but in NRD, I know every program manager. Because, and that's part of the thing. I said, I don't want to, excuse me, but I was like, I don't really want to work with you unless we have Patricia and Patty on board, because it comes with them also holding everybody accountable. So they both have been at the meetings and been very active in the training. And I think Karen's a little nervous, but I'm like, Karen, I think it's gonna make your job a lot easier when you get these program managers doing their job and owning what they're doing.
Absolutely. Right? It's the way it's supposed to be. Make them accountable. Go ahead.
I was just curious if it might be helpful, sometimes I don't really get the whole process either. Would it be helpful for a council member to sit in? I know Martin knows a lot about it and I'm really impressed with that. So just to have an understanding, not ask questions from me, but just to watch the training.
I don't have a problem. I mean, there's their department training, so I think I'll leave it to them.
Oh. But since they have such a big department, it'd be good to understand why these are happening, but I won't interrupt, Greg.
You're welcome at any of the things that we do to improve tribal operations and education. Please.
Tomorrow there's 2 sessions, so they broke it out to 2 different sessions, so we're not overloaded. And it's the first one's 7:30 to 9:30, and then the next one's 10 to noon, but they're the same training, just different people who are gonna be there. So.
As long as you don't interrupt.
And they are gonna break out, so the other thing they're gonna do is, they have told all of their staff to bring their grant agreements and their awards. And if they had any modifications, to bring those, and they're gonna break out into their teams, the people who are in charge of them. And I'm gonna tell them, now look for this, and they're gonna, because these are the things, when you're given a grant, you're gonna have to know highlight and go through and know ahead of time. So let's teach you how to find it now.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Greg and company. I think it's really important that we empower contracts department more, because they know all of this is going to be happening. They're the ones that ultimately have to deal with the funding agencies and submit late reports and do things or do the work for the departments. And it's unfair to them that they're doing a job of someone that makes twice or 4 times as much as they do. And so, definitely offer training, but giving contracts of grant. I mean, because if you don't do your cert, what's the repercussion? Your monthly cert, those are late every month. So it's the accountability portion's got to come with this. The training is the first step, but once people are trained and trained well, accountability's got to start really truly happening across the board. And with funding getting tighter and tighter, and these departments of efficiency looking for every reason to cut off a grant, what better reason than that they're always delinquent on the report, that they're not submitting the things they need to do. Why should we keep funding this place? So the chinks in our armor are huge, and we've got to tighten them up. So contracts and grants, I think, is a really good first step to catch those things. I think it's true.
Yeah, we're at times great enablers of lack of accountability. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council.
How are continued questionable expenditures addressed?
I guess, are you talking on department level or?
Any grants, I mean, if you have a grant out there and they're not spending it according to, what the deliverables are. How is that addressed? Is that addressed through an audit or do we have a committee on board that oversees this?
Well, first, it should very much start at the department level. And that's why we should have more people involved, where it's the program manager and the finance manager, and even the directors should know what is and isn't eligible. People who operate under any grant should really dive deep and know all the language that is and is not. And that's why I say, I'll talk about my time when I was at housing and was a program manager. I don't know how many arguments I would get in with our finance staff, where it was like, oh, Katie, maybe we need to put this expense here, or I was gonna charge something, and they're like, that's not eligible. Well, in the agreements, this says I can do it, or it'll send me to the CFR, and I'll read the CFR, and then if there was still a continual disagreement, then we would send an email to our funding agency and whoever our grant contact was and say, hey, we have a disagreement on this. Can we or can we not charge this to the grant? And so it's very much about an open communication. It can get frustrating. I told Karen, be prepared to argue with your program managers, but remember, it's because you're doing the best for the tribe and that you're making sure that you're following through with it. So it really has to start at that level. And if they don't want to jump to the funding agency, that's why we have our grant manager specialist, where they should call Charlene and Charlene can walk it through with them. And then again, if there's still that disagreement, then they should go to the funding agency or they can come to me. But there should be that continual conversation of what is and what isn't. It truly is a teamwork in this regard. And just remembering that it's so we can continue the funds. Again, emphasizing what Martin said, I think they're gonna be looking at all of our grants so much more right now, making sure we dot our i's and cross our t's. And it's really, we're seeing that, Trump will try to close some stuff down and it hasn't been, but it does not mean that the next grant's gonna come out. And if it does, I think they're gonna be more competitive. There's not gonna be as much money out. And so just stressing why it is so important to know what is and isn't and getting back to that basic level.
Well, teamwork makes dreams work, so that's what we want. Sorry, I guess the action that you would need today is to approve the journal entry.
That's correct.
Motion approved. Motion by James. Approve the journal entry, second by Martin. Any further discussion?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Len.
And I apologize for missing the previous discussion earlier. But why are the journal entries that need to be approved have to come to this level? Why are they not approved right in the financial department?
The short answer is that it's designed to put into focus certain deficiencies at the program or department level. And without having this bubbling up to your level where it puts eyes on it from your position, these should not go move forward without your eyes and your collective approval of what's going on at the department level. We have 60 days built into our policy and procedure to do all journal entries. And when they exceed that time limit, you should know.
What are the implications if they do not?
When we get to the end of the calendar year and the program is out of balance, or if the expenses have been left where they ought not be, then the program can't certify and finalize their year-end closeout. And Katie can elaborate more on that.
So why the monthly certs were developed years ago is that it makes the whole process of closing out a grant easier. If you are looking at your expenses month to month and you close that month out, everything was in that was charged correctly, nothing was wrong in that, and you say, yep, everything's good, and you move on. When we come to the final closeout in September, which is where for the audit and everything, they should only be closing out 1 month instead of a whole year. And it makes that process so much smoother and faster. And now, like that last year, it was so much easier because so many departments did do that and stayed on top of their certs, that we didn't have so many like journal entries. We weren't having 20 to 30 journal entries per grant because it was over a whole year. It's just 1 month, and it makes it closer. It makes it more efficient for everybody. So again, it's that teamwork and that line. It makes theirs, they only have to do 1 month, then it makes us with a lot less to review because we've already reviewed everything for the prior year, and we're just closing out that 1 month. And it just makes everything more accurate, because if you're looking over a whole year, you're gonna probably miss some. But if you're only looking over 30 days of expenses, it's a lot easier to make sure that you are in compliance.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Carol.
Now, with the government accountability process now, and, you know, we're all watching it go on. And I think it's more critically important that we do this even better, because I think we've done really, really well to this point. We've had the best programs that always, you know, keep up on their grants and stuff. So I think this is just key to that final thing that hopefully will keep us intact, keep our grants intact. And I think you guys are doing a good job. Thank you.
Any other discussion? I know back in the day when I was a program manager, a lifetime ago, I actually kept written cup accounts on everything because I mean, not that I didn't trust technology or everything else, but that's the only way I could make certain I never went over. And it was accountable. You know, what you had to do when you had a expenditure that was unauthorized. You're gonna have to pay for that somehow. Definitely it's important to have your own cup accounts. So many of us did, we did discover a couple of discrepancies through the system. Through our cup accounts that where we had mistakes here or things that were happening that became more reliable to me than anything else. So even though you have all this, they still recommend program managers, you know, go old school, really old school, and just have a journal, a book, you know, that keep track of stuff.
That's actually what we're gonna be telling to do in the training next week.
Good.
So, budget.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you. Anything else?
We're good.
Okay.
Did you have a final vote on the, I think we had a vote, forgive me.
Oh, we didn't get a vote. Oh, geez, I thought we would have. Oh, that's right, Lynn interrupted it. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, unanimous comments.
And so this is contracts and grants. Leverage and muscle to the department. You know, this is the only thing they have. They let their program manager know, they let Greg know, comes to us, and they're supposed to wave our finger at them. If the person's probably not in their wrong, or their issue, they're just the one that, you know, so it should be program manager in the department. And the people that actually do that get their finger, you know, the finger waved at them because of this. And so again, it's like contracts and grants want to do that. They don't, you know, like they want to work well with the people like Karen, who always does a good job. I would love to have accounts, but it's something that we gotta, you know, send them all to Shirley. That's a great trainer.
Much better than that. Carol's practicing, you know, she's gonna go ahead and interrupt. Go ahead, Carol.
No, what if I was curious about a grant, whether, you know, I've heard things that it's not being done and we're just sitting on it. How would I find out what the status, do I have that authority? I'm not authority, but do I have the right to come and ask a question or?
I don't know what the workflow process is on that, but I don't see an issue, but I guess maybe at the department head. I don't know the workflow process in the council, but we definitely can tell if there is a grant that's in use or not.
And do you bring that forward to anybody? Like, my gosh, this isn't even being done.
Usually twice, sometimes 3 times a year, but for sure, twice a year. I've already done it this year. But I go through all of the grants and I look to see what, if there's anything that shows up that's like, hey, this is big, like you still have a big account receivable, or this is a grant that no funds have been spent, and I send that to the finance manager, if I know the program manager and the director and the executive director.
Thank you. All right. I think legal's up next, or do we have any more? Bishop, you have anything?
Can I get your permission to come back this afternoon?
You sure can.
Thank you. I'll bring in the really big before I project myself to do. I can't see it either.
Thank you.
Can we go into executive?
We will move into executive. Legal. Executive session.
I think they heard you in 74. You know, with the manager.
Yeah.
76. It's part of 75 and part of 77. I guess they let me go a lot. I heard it's no reason.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you know, I actually didn't know that.
Yeah, we had the bank night. Wednesdays, we had the dollar movies, the bank night, so you're out with money, and we're spending meals on our involved.
Right.
Ronan, yeah, Ronan Casey dinner.
Did you have
Well, he offered me a job to my brother was, an older brother to the restaurant. He was a cleaner. So he cleaned after the show. And we clean, blow out back, dishes and floors. So they knew him, and then the owners, the new owners, they bought, they kept him on, they kept the movie theater guy, sales teacher, Larry Parker. And he started this band, started doing pretty good. And they first started, I kept waiting. But they was freshman, when I was winning it, we're doing. And then one day, and their oldest kids, we say they just need to the mom said, you know what, you just need to come first. I love it.
It's great. This is Rachel. So we really met. It's really. Great. No, you haven't. Okay, that will be the list. Okay. Great.
Great.
It's the.
I heard.
I can't remember what the top was now.
Good.
Because of the money. Buttons.
All right, we'll come back into session after noon break. We're back in. Come on up.
Thank you.
All right, well, Hatsanyak, okay, everybody, it's good to see y'all. I have with me today some very good people that will come up here and introduce themselves in a second. So just to kind of refresh our memories, I've been on the Headwaters board for 5 years now. And during that 5-year period, I feel like Headwaters has really lived up to what it says it does, which is trust-based philanthropy that really empowers communities. And so during that 5 years, I've seen the organization grow. I've made some really strong relationships with my fellow board members and the staff there. And we're really excited to have a new CEO that you're going to meet today. And so just to reiterate that Headwaters has done a lot of good work in the community, including really supporting our food sovereignty programs. So with that, I think they have some more just exciting news to share with us. Greg and I have met with them pretty regularly. And so with that, I'd like to invite up April Charlo and the rest of the team for your introductions.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome.
Thanks.
Great to have you here.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Yeah, nice to see everybody. It's been a minute. Yes. So I'm April Charlo, for those of you who do not just kidding, that's all that. So I just want to do some introductions. I want to introduce one of the board members, Rachel Huff Doria. So Rachel spent 4 years as the executive director of Forward Montana, a statewide organization that builds political power with and for young Montanans. Rachel moved to the Big Sky Country from the Appalachian Hills, where she worked with the Reproductive Justice Organization in West Virginia, leading community organizing, policy, and advocacy efforts. As a new mom, Rachel is passionate about changing our systems so that a healthy start isn't determined by privilege and chance in Western Montana. She was drawn to Headwaters Foundation because of their commitment to trust-based philanthropy and family equity. And so that is Rachel. You're here.
Nice to re-meet you. Yeah.
Oh, good. That was a second. And the next one is Aaron Swatowski. And I always like to make the joke and say Bob Wazowski. No. Oh, Mike Wazowski. Yeah. Who's Bob? Yeah, and Mike's other brother's cousin. Yeah, and so this is Erin Swatowski. So she's been with Headwaters for 6.5 years as the program director, and before that, she was the executive director of the Women's Voices for the Earth for 10 years. And she's had so much experience, and she came in to help build the Headwaters program and has made it into what it is. And she has 2 kids, and she's like an incredible skier, where she will ski to her I was gonna call it a hut. She will ski to a hut that is at the base of which mountain? Snowbowl, and then they ski to the thing, and that's just what she's just like an amazing skier. So that is Erin, everybody. Next we have Carly, our CEO, and I just want to Jordan did take a second to mention Carly, but it's really amazing to, as a Native woman who is hired into an organization, and philanthropy is primarily white led, white ran. It's very white organization. And so being hired in and then to find out that the CEO coming in was Native was pretty incredible, especially for somebody, you know, like me who's just looking for mentors in that way. And so hello, Carly. So Carly's Pawnee, she's from Oklahoma. She was raised there. And then she went to college in Denver. And then she found her way into philanthropy, which was not an easy task because she's probably 1 in 10 Natives that has taken leadership role in philanthropy in the philanthropic world. And she's been in the philanthropic world for about 20 years. And Carly was the director of NAP. And then she was at Change Philanthropy. And then she came to us from the Colorado Foundation. And so that's Carly, our new CEO.
Thank you, April, for introducing everybody. Rachel, Aaron, and Carly, welcome. It's good to meet you. And I'm proud of the work you do. It's very critical for us, definitely. And thank you. If you want to talk, yeah, there's a button on it.
So Noah Tatasaka, the Heritage Society of Heritage Pawnee Yankton. I'm Carly Hare. I'm a citizen of the Pawnee Nation of Oklahoma. I'm Yankton and Wankatana on my dad's side. I'm the Hoda band. Even though we're definitely not skeety, but it's kind of blended. We argue over which side we live on. I grew up in rural Oklahoma where my tribe was based. My mom was executive director of our nation for almost 25 years and has been on council the last 9 years. I'm voting for her to retire soon. So come to this work having a deep relationship and appreciation of tribal sovereignty. I also had a period in my career where I got to work for the Native American Rights Fund and really look at tribal sovereignty nationally around some really important issues around climate change, land management, and tribal recognition during that time period. I'm just really excited to be here at Headwaters at this moment and in Montana. My mother, my grandfather was a BIA teacher and taught at Sumatra and Lame Deer. And my mother was born in Lame Deer. And my father moved us up here when I was in elementary school and I was in grade 12 for a year and a half of school. But it's exciting to return and to be here and to be part of this amazing team. And really live into work differently, being a trust-based philanthropic organization, and think about how we build relationships and how we build partnerships. One of the things that drew me was the named commitment to and demonstration of what it means to have a relationship with and have to respect tribal sovereignty, because many foundations are aware. Some of them even aren't aware. Some of the foundations are aware that they share geographic land base with tribal communities in the areas that they fund. And many of them don't do more than lip service to those conversations and don't have relationships or even invest strategically with alongside the tribes. So it was really exciting when this opportunity came up to explore what that could look like. And really excited to see where the relationship with the tribes has evolved and what it means to be in practical relationship with this new fund that we have in partnership with you. So I'm really honored and grateful to be here. And I've been commuting back and forth from Denver since December, but we moved up 2 weeks ago. So I am, my driver's license will be changed over next week. And I'm almost a resident. But I'm really excited to be here, excited to continue the relationship and get to know you all and get to know the community better. This is the kickoff to our rollout of a little song and dance for me, but more about the work that we're doing and how the work will move forward. We met with the culture committee last week, the Sailors Culture Committee last week, and we're meeting with you guys today, and then we're going to get on the agenda for the Kootenai Culture Committee as well. And then tomorrow, Thursday, we kick off the Missoula event, and then we'll be out every couple months. So we'll make sure that you guys get invites if we're anywhere out in the community to let you know. But thank you for the warm welcome and excited to continue the relationship. Aaron's gonna share a little bit more about, the last time we were here, we said we're excited because we're gonna be doing some cool new stuff. And now we know what that stuff is, so we can give you a little more insight to what that looks like.
Great. Well, thank you all. It's great to be here and see you all again and have a little bit more detail to share with you today. Just a reminder, so Headwaters Foundation we're what's called a health conversion foundation. So our funding came from the sale of Community Hospital in Missoula. So it used to be a nonprofit organization. It was sold to a for-profit. All of those funds went into a trust that created our endowment. So that's where our funding comes from. So it's around 100, it kind of fluctuates between 115, 120 million dollars, and it's designed to serve all of Western Montana. So we do a lot of work supporting organizations here that are within the Flathead Nation, but as well as Western Montana from Flathead County down through Lewis and Clark and to the west from there. So that's kind of our service area. We are rolling out finally our new 10-year strategic framework, which is really about investing in leadership and lifting up family voice to create solutions for health in the long term. And we are really intentional about making sure that we are focusing on populations that have the greatest health disparities in the state. And that happens to be low-income families, families of color, Indigenous families, families with kids who identify as LGBTQ+, or who are living with disabilities. So within that, we're really looking to support organizations that are doing work to support leadership, belonging, and help create pathways that those populations can really get involved and advocate for their own needs, their own solutions, their own health and rights. I'll just give you the big picture of how we fund. I'm going to let April share a little bit more about the CSKT funding partnership, which I know we shared a little bit about at the last meeting and have worked on since then. But before that we go there, I'll give you the high level. We have three funding mechanisms. So one we call our Family Power Fund, and that's where we're really supporting organizations that build the leadership and sense of belonging with families, really thinking about elevating those voices to policymakers and creating conditions to kind of enact meaningful change. The second category we have is our GO grants. This is a program you guys might be familiar with. It's not new, we're continuing it. These are small, they're $8,500 grants, so they can be pretty meaningful for small organizations, and they're designed to reach small community-based organizations that are often doing real direct service work with kids and families. So if you know of organizations that are doing good work here, send them to the Headwaters website, or have them reach out to April. She is going to be the representative working here, because we want to know about their work to see if it might align and be a fit and see if they would qualify for one of those grants. And then the last one is the CSKT Partnership Fund, which is, I'll turn it over to April to share a little bit more about where we're at with that.
So the CSKT partnership, I think you all know about the Headwaters money that was supporting the food sovereignty. And it was really nice to meet with Jordan and just really hear the history of how, the food sovereignty came along, because there's all these priorities that were that you guys all identified. And then the food sovereignty, and everyone has a program except for the food sovereignty. And so that's where Headwaters came in and really helped support that. And so then from that, it started out at 500,000, right? Was that last year?
Yeah, that was just a grant.
That was just a grant. And then so then it turned into a partnership. And this idea of trust-based philanthropy is just really wanting to give the funds to the tribe for you all to identify where the funds should go based on the priorities. And so the money we met with Jordan and Greg last week, and we moved everything through. You guys were my first grant of pushing buttons, of entering information and pushing the button to make it go through. And so the funds should be dropping as we speak, just kidding. I don't know if it's as we speak, but it should be dropping fairly quick today or tomorrow. So yeah, so that's the CSKT fund, and I will be the liaison. And so I'll be meeting with Greg and Jordan quarterly to just check in and see how everything's going. So that's my role.
Yeah, and I'll just share a little bit more about that, really the way that the grant is designed is that, you know, it's to support the strategic priorities of the tribe. So it essentially identifies, it uses the tribe's strategic plan and the priorities that you guys have identified through the resolutions. I think it's 8 different ones, if I remember right. But just noting that those are the things that, you know, within that, you all make the decisions around where that funding needs to go and for what purposes. So it's general operating support for essentially anything that's really going to support the health of your communities. Anything else you want to share?
So we'll just pause there for a second, see, we just talked a lot at you, to see if there's any questions, clarity, or anything that would be helpful from us in this moment.
Okay, James?
Yeah, thank you. Clear my throat first. Thank you for your presentation, and definitely appreciate you coming on as the new executive director, correct? How long have you been on now?
Since December.
Since December, okay. Welcome to Western Montana. And look forward to the work that you all would be doing. And I think it's such a great thing when community hospital was sold, that it became a foundation to help all of Western Montana. I think that was such a great vision of whomever the folks that were, whether it was you folks or your predecessors. I think that was such a long-term vision to rather than just see that money just a one-time injection into wherever, but to be a sustaining, ongoing effort to help our Western Montana community. So anybody, welcome. Hopefully you get your driver's license soon.
Get my plates changed.
Oh,
Yeah, well, there's only like 300 of them.
Yeah, there's choice.
Yeah.
There's
Well, there's an SKC plate.
Yeah.
Make a change. Make sure that's a real ID when.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other comments? I do have one, I work with the Native Americans philanthropy, their advisors, and as we see the pullback of federal grants, a lot of times people will put together a package for some project or some action, and they're leveraging one funding source with another, and so they're stacking things to make it more appealing to put together a complete package. So as some money gets pulled back, or they know it's not going to be available in the future, might have where they're planning, they're looking for that bridge funding. They're looking for some other giver that might be able to provide that. Are you getting that kind of requests?
We're hearing the concern around Fed either restrictions to funding and or complete cuts of funding, and even delays. We've heard some work around just the system being clogged and people getting delays for reimbursement payments that have not been challenged yet. So we're definitely hearing a need for that. We're having conversations with other funders and trying to generate conversation on what that could look like to make resources more available for strategic short-term investments for some of these ideas. And in response to that, and in response to some of the federal impacts that are beginning to impact our local communities, we went to our board in March, and asked for a percent and a half additional spend, which will allow us to move some strategic dollars to some rapid response and pooled dollars, and then a couple dollars set aside to help design some real Montana specific resources. So we're definitely hearing that, and we're trying to figure out what's the balance of how can we leverage our influence and our resources with other funders who may be on the edge of thinking about it, and how can we support things that aren't necessarily about just keeping doors open, but keeping things sustainable through the window of time when we have enough of the reality changes. So we're trying to look at it in a both and perspective and help support conversations. And also we're looking to do a lot of technical assistance for organizations around strategy development, some response windows, some fundraising, and some with a few key partners around the state. So that also, I think, in the long term will help organizations when we think about building their capacity and providing technical assistance during these crunch times.
Yeah. Nothing I would add to that, except, what I shared with Jordan and Greg when we met around the CSKT partnership grant was that we really hope that this is more than just us writing a check, that it's really about like, how do we sit down, connect, figure out, like, talk through some of these challenges. And if there's other ways that we can, think about that would be useful, like if there's a meeting of the minds that needs to be organized, things like that, we can also help support. And so we want to be in open communication, and that goes for anyone on council, any ideas that you have, connect with us, because I think this is a time where people need to come together. Nobody has the answers for the kind of challenges we're facing right now, but if we can create more space to try to bring people together to talk through some of those, then we can be a convener and help hold that space.
One other thing I would name that I think uniquely is a lovely, unique thing to see is the fact that we have the fund in partnership with you. And some foundations would then say, that's all the money that's going to Native issues. And as Aaron mentioned, that is not our vantage point or our viewpoint or our plan. We plan to keep the Go Grants open to any community organization that qualifies. And similarly, the Family Power Fund is a supportive organization that can be for any organization. So we hope to see it have a multiplier effect in many ways between the funds we currently hold and how we're moving some of the resources. All right, I can appreciate how tribal council agendas move, because there's some nights I can't get hold of my mom till like 11 p.m. So we will give you some time back for the day, but I just wanted to share, when I was asked about what inspires me about philanthropy in this role and thinking about power in Montana, there's a quote by Shirley Chisholm. It says, if they don't have a seat at the table, bring your own folding chair. So we brought powwow chairs for you guys, that are our gifts and will be our swag for, don't too excited, they're brand new with our logo on it. So you so we have powwow chairs for you all.
Yeah, go ahead, Jennifer.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for coming, and I think, in the world of uncertainty where grant dollars are being clawed back out of nowhere, and there's a concerted attack on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Thank you for being a place that really still values that. And your work is even more important now. It's always been important, but the funds that you're providing for necessary activities and, our food sovereignty program, with your help, food is going out to families in need, and healthy food is, being made available to our community. So it's, it's making tangible differences in our community. So thank you for being part of that. Thank you for supporting something so important as food sovereignty. Yeah. And thank you for the chairs in advance.
Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I've actually done some funding during COVID and started my garden over here that's now buried by tiny homes. And had water spots and disc golf baskets and some concrete, and you guys are all invited to our grand opening for our Pablo Skate Park on May 24th at noon. So you guys want to come up, hang out. There'll be famous people. They're all there. Yeah, hang on. She grinds a mean rail. But no, I appreciate you guys. And I would be remiss if I didn't wish my
happy birthday to April. It's gonna be happy birthday, right?
Oh, my God.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, dear April.
Happy birthday to you.
We did that at staff meeting to her.
This, brings a point when we talk about skate parks or push play projects or playground, all the healthy things that we can do. All our places are open to everybody. So it's the entire community. And so when we talk about, building a playground here or something for healthy lifestyles, things that are alternatives for our youth and building community and generational things that we can do together. It is a big spectrum of people here. And our reservation is unique because we have so many people from other tribes that reside here. School districts like in Ronan, I think they're up to 59 different tribes are represented in one school in Ronan. It's not just our sailors from Caleste or Kasanta people, they're from everywhere. And we draw so many different people from there. I don't know what it is about our reservation, but everybody wants to live here. Yeah, because but so when any dollar is spent here from a great foundation like this, which is why it's fully supported by that, it's a dollar well spent, and it may be a role model for other communities. But thank you for coming today.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for the swipe.
Thank you all.
And we're looking for sponsors of helmets for kids for skate parks. If you guys want to buy a few helmets or something, give them out. Headwaters logos on them.
Hey.
What sport? 45. That's easy.
You too.
Wow.
Should we give
Different.
them a cheer?
Yeah.
Yes. It'll be fun. No. These are smaller than the cars. I get it. You. I know, it's so fun. I was like, it was great yesterday. I'll put it for the skate park. It's one of those. I don't visual even stuff in like.
That's not connected.
So we go around and then take off a little bit. I felt happy. I like when he gets out. Yeah, I missed it. No, I always see you. Good to see you. That's why
Yeah.
I was heard that. I know. Next time I will text you. Yeah. Oh, good.
All right, we'll take our next agenda item. I think that is Jasmine. Come on up, Jasmine. Who is that behind you? Oh my goodness.
It's been a while. I think Rich was gonna join us as well. Here. Is he here?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
didn't come, he didn't come with me. No, he was gonna write separate. Oh, so good afternoon, members of council. With the red one? Okay. So good afternoon, members of council. I don't know if we want to give Rich a few minutes to get here. And I have with me Karen Miskey. She is the Montana Chapter Sierra Club Director. Okay, director. And I recently joined the Montana board for the Sierra Club. So that's why I'm here with her today. Should we waiting for Richard? Let me text him.
Well, welcome this afternoon, and for the record, Karen and I go way back. Especially on the aquatic invasive
That's right.
topics, but Karen was our Flight Invasive Commission staff person for a long time, and great things had occurred with Karen. So welcome.
Thank you. I'm not sure if we're waiting for Richard or not. I just texted him to see if he's able to come.
Some more stories?
Sorry.
Well, you know, Karen, I've been in pretty hot meetings before. Getting pretty ugly.
Oh, he said no. Okay. He doesn't want us to wait for him.
So we get the big guy.
Yeah.
Good 20 years.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
So we have a few updates. I'm gonna go ahead and let Karen give the updates, and then there was one question I had for council after the updates, and that is on an affidavit regarding the lawsuit. I just wanted to get some clarification on council on what is allowed and what's not allowed. So, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of council. Thank you for putting me on the agenda and making time for us today. So there are 4 topics I wanted to touch upon. Some are follow-up from when I was here roughly a year-ish ago. One was a request that I reach out to Sierra Club in British Columbia. And I did do that, and I did do some research.
Thank you for doing that.
Oh, no worries. It's not that helpful though. So they are a completely separate corporation. They are not attached to the US corporation of Sierra Club. So I called them a couple times and I did not get a response. And I don't know if you guys got a response, and that maybe would be more persuasive than me calling. I'm not sure what loosen that up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for doing that. And I tried to email them, contact them to get anywhere.
No.
So I think what we probably do is, I appreciate you doing that, though. I think maybe those of us that interact with the different Tunaha members, maybe we'll have our sister reserves up in Canada, the Tunaha, go that route, ask if they could engage with them as well. So, yeah, but that's it. Thank you for doing that.
Oh, my pleasure. And I guess I do have a question. We kind of touched on the elk last time, but we didn't really formulate or discuss a way that Sierra Club could get involved. And maybe right now there isn't a way for us to get involved, but if there is a way for us to get involved and you think that there's something that we could contribute, we are hiring a conservation organizer within the next 2 months, give or take. So we'll have a little bit more capacity. So if there's something that you think would be helpful, I know a lot of other organizations are working on this issue, and I do not want to step on toes. And sometimes Sierra Club is perceived as the 10,000-pound gorilla. So it's only if you think there's something helpful to be gained from bringing us in. So I'll leave that kind of as a food for thought thing.
I just want to add as well. So luckily through this board, or through being on this board, I did start talking with the Canadian group of folks, and they have monthly calls on the treaty, the transboundary treaty. And so we're having monthly calls, although there's not much movement on it. There hasn't been in a while, but we are at least maintaining contact.
And that was actually gonna be the second thing I was gonna talk about. No, that's fine. That there is, has there been discussion then on the restoration portion of the Columbia River Treaty work?
He has been getting some funding or trying to secure some funding.
Okay.
So he's working on that.
So that's something that we might be able to work on jointly as that process moves forward. The third thing I wanted to touch upon was Sheep Creek. It, up until Trump coming into office, it was kind of, slow going. There has been a little bit of movement here and there on some exploration work. The concern though is with kind of the opening of public lands in a way that we haven't seen before, with the emphasis on mining and with the movement of projects with almost no environmental review. In some case, absolutely no environmental review as has been happening in California. We are greatly concerned that there could be movement on Sheep Creek really quickly. So we are meeting with Friends of the Bitterroot. They kind of are our point of contact in that part of the world, and we're gonna be looking to see if we could maybe come up with a water quality based project, kind of similar to what we did with Flathead work. So making sure that we're getting baseline data now before something bad happens. So we do have a meeting next week, I believe, with Larry from Friends of the Bitterroot to discuss potential data gathering efforts. And that is all I have to report. We are shifting a significant portion of our conservation-based work to resist work. So in the event that Sheep Creek gets fast-tracked, and we haven't quite seen that yet, but in the event that that happens, we will be launching a resist campaign around that. And that's all I have to report on Sheep Creek right now. I don't know if there's other stuff that you've been working on.
Carol has a comment.
I have a question. You know, with all this stuff seeming to open up now that we have different president in office. I mean, don't people recognize that in 4 years, most likely there's gonna be a new president and things could change back? So why would you invest all kinds of money when, you know, it's the same thing that he's doing? It could possibly happen and it could change back to the way it is, you know, before he was president. So I don't know if that's really a question or maybe just a comment, but it just seems, you know, maybe I'm too small-minded to see that.
No, I don't. I think you're right on, actually, but.
So one of the things that Karen and the Sierra Club had discussed was there's 3,000 mines in Montana, 300, and some of those are rare earth mineral mines that have been abandoned, closed down. The companies filed for bankruptcy, left, the contamination, et cetera, et cetera. So with this, we know this is coming on. They had thought about, is there a way we can say, you're not gonna open up new forests, new public lands, new areas that are intact and healthy, maybe go to these old abandoned areas that are already you know, need some filtration or cleanup or could be reopened. And there's a lot of tort claims. So the problem with that is there's a lot of legal issues around the new person coming on board to get permitted for those. And on top of that, I think it was just it's kind of a preventative approach to getting to what Carol was saying, like, how can we get ahead of this so that we can stop these permits before they take hold. So that was a pretty good idea. I don't know if it's really a possibility or what, but just wanted to share, you know, they've been trying to come up with other ideas.
And there are people smarter than me for sure working on this at the national level. So it is something that we could look at. It's like, why are we polluting more sites when we have 300 or so to work with that are already contaminated? But to get to your question, there's a lot of speculation about this company. The CEO is what we would call a bad actor. So there's speculation that even if the mine doesn't come to fruition, They'll push it through the exploratory process, they'll get money from investors and then close shop. So that, you don't really know what's driving the train here. All we know is that they're still making noise about doing their exploratory work. And they're saying now that the reserve of rare earth minerals there is significant. Again, you don't know if they're telling the truth or not, though. So you don't really know. I wish, we did know better, but we don't. I don't really have anything else to report on Sheep Creek. It was more an FYI.
Thank you, Ben.
And then just one final thing, if that's okay. I think Jasmine alluded to this. Sierra Club was working with John Meyer from Cottonwood Environmental Law. And we filed a lawsuit to intervene on the state's case related to the Yellowstone bison management plan. Because we were intervening in that, we also thought it would be useful to challenge the quarantine regs, which were put in place by APHIS, but at the behest of the state of Montana. Those quarantine regs that we have on the books currently are not remotely based on science. And one could argue based on the science that you don't even need any quarantine regs, but even if you're going with the science and you're saying, okay, we're gonna have some kind of a quarantine regulation, it should be a couple 100 days, not 3 years. So, long story short is the lawsuit got contentious and we had disagreements with the Wyoming chapter about proceeding. National came in and we were strongly asked to pull back from the lawsuit, which we had to do. So we are no longer a party to the lawsuit, although just full disclosure, I am on my own time, my own dime, still continuing to work with John to help where I can on that lawsuit. So I just wanted to open that up because there were a lot of assertions made and I just wanted to make sure that if I did anything to, if I had any missteps here, I want to put that forward. Earth Justice said that CSKT was very, very upset with Sierra Club and that they were in particular upset with me personally. So I just wanted to open that up, and if I did, I would like to apologize as well.
Mr. Chair, yeah, go ahead. And my question to the vice chair, we're upset with you for what and why and who is?
I don't know. I don't know.
Tribal member or
So
just a word on the street, somebody?
word on the street. So I'll add to this here too. So when I learned of this, I asked, well, what's the quarantine? And I supported it because if tribes want to start herds, Fort Peck, Fort Belknap, like any tribe, or get more buffalo, they go through the process, the paperwork, and they shouldn't have to wait 3 years, in my opinion, to get that going. They're all working on food sovereignty. They're all working on the restoration of buffalo. And so personally, it was an automatic, yes, I support this. Tribes shouldn't have to wait 3 years to get those buffalo. The second intervening was that on the Beatty Gulch area. And I know Blackfeet was talking about getting a grant to do a bison overpass or tunnel, doing some very innovative stuff, kind of how we did in Everett. Anyways, I did sign an affidavit as a tribal member saying, I've hunted there. I've had my own personal experience of hunting there. I can say that the game wardens were there on site to help guide people, out of certain areas or, and so I was willing to give testimony on my own experience. But I did talk to Rich and Whisper about it, and Whisper says, during this administration being Trump, CSKT does not want to sign on. Silence is golden. However, if Sierra Club wants to
push this thing forward without us, or, you know, without us being a party to this lawsuit, great. So that was my understanding. So when I found out CSKT was also upset, and no one had said who, no one had contacted me. I obviously, because I'm new to this as well, I also didn't want to offend anyone, especially my own tribal council. So right now I withdrew my affidavit as well. But I still think it's a good, important cause, but I do understand our administration, we don't want to put a target on things that are working well as well. So that was kind of where that's at. So yeah, I just wanted to get council's direction on that.
Thank you for bringing it up. With my eyeballs in Yellowstone Buffalo since 2005. Yeah, I think John Meyer has done some very good relationship to our lead tribal attorney and worked on stuff. But what happened is that anytime we pull our treaty in, someone pulls our treaty in, then we have to step in and defend it. And so we usually like to be in charge of that when we know our treaty's gonna be in the, you know, exposed in a court situation, if treaty rights are involved. So I guess that would be the only, for most tribal members that don't think about that, you know, it's not an individual right, it's us in common. So when something like that happens, we usually like to be on top of that if that's gonna be the case, you know, where our treaty rights are involved. Jasmine, that's the only thing. So I know when I heard that there was reference to a couple of tribal members from our tribe that were putting their hunting rights on the line. And I said, well, who was it? And I said, well, then I knew who it was. And so that was okay. But it's just that's something we usually like to get ahead of. We don't like to throw out there very easily, but we will be participating in that lawsuit. So we are moving forward.
And thank you, Tom, because you're right, I didn't even think about that, so, that makes a lot of sense, I think.
Anything else from council? But no, we're not mad at you, Karen. We're not mad at you, Jasmine.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead, James.
Yeah, Karen, I don't know that I've ever been mad at you. Even when, you know, for a while I worked with you on the Land Basin Commission, like, I remember being mad at her. Or being mad at people that voted for them. So.
I do have one follow-up question. So will CSKT be entering the lawsuit with Cottonwood or as a separate entity bringing are you intervening separately?
We are.
Intervening separately? Okay. Great.
I think that's all our updates. Anything else? So I think the other coolest thing that I learned was the Old Grove Climate Initiative, and that is Black Ram. So they are proposing Black Ram to be the first climate refugee, which is a super old ancient magical forest, and I think that's just amazing. So I don't know. There's a lot of good things still happening. Yeah, I think that's all. Unless you guys have any more questions for us.
Any more questions for Sierra? Go ahead, Carol.
Just want to say how much I appreciate your passion, Catherine.
Yeah, I volunteer my time. You do. It's just what I enjoy as a person. So yeah. Thanks, Carol.
Well, I appreciate any assistance to protect the environment, like all NGOs like Sierra Club and Audubon Society and, you know, all the Ducks Unlimited, they're all good. And one of the critical things that are happening right now, it goes to Carol's good question. Well, it looks like, you know, when people wake up, here's the way this administration is gonna be around or resemble what it is in 40 years from now. Unless, of course, you can make sure you can run for the third term. But the critical thing is that sometimes it takes such a long time to build something up. But as we witnessed, it's like, it takes a long time to build a house. There's so much work to go into it, get the site, prepare it, do all the infrastructure, start laying the foundation, start building. It takes a long time to build that house. But you know what? It takes one day to burn it down or tear it down. And that's what's happening. That's what's happening. So many critical federal programs and jeopardizes our resources. It's incredible, just getting burnt to the ground. And so it's the damage that can be done during the 4 years of this. Just the damage that's been done in the first 90 days is incredible. And to think I could magnify that for another, 3.5 years. But it's going to be difficult. So I appreciate the work that NGO does on behalf of all of our resources and our people and those that step up and volunteer. So thank you.
I have one more thing to bring up, and this was brought up at Sierra Club, but I don't know if it's a Sierra Club issue. So Blackfeet Tribe brought up this Solar for All program that I think SKC is leading with Bonneville Power. I have nothing to do with this, so I'm just gonna report what they reported. They signed on and they felt that they just added tribes to basically get the grant. When they contacted them, they had buildings they wanted to get transferred to all solar, or certain areas that the tribe themselves wanted to get transferred. They wanted to have all solar office buildings and different things. Well, they were told basically Bonneville's already hired a contractor and has already selected their the work that they're gonna do, and the tribe doesn't really have a say in how that's being played out. So they were dissatisfied with that. They expressed that to me, I think just because I'm from CSKT, even though like I don't participate in that project, but I don't, and so just I haven't followed up with SKC on that because I don't really feel like it's my area to do so, but just wanted to put that on our guys' radar.
And I guess I'll just add, and I'm not sure what CSKT's situation is, if it's similar to Blackfeet or not, but Blackfeet had two kind of pots of Solar for All money. One was the pot of money that was gotten with Bonneville Environmental Foundation, and that's the pot that's not going so well because BEF is not playing nicely in the sandbox. They also have a separate Solar for All grant that was awarded specifically to the Blackfeet tribe, and that grant, as far as I know, is continuing to go forward. So it may be the same for CSKT. Maybe you have your own Solar for All grant, and then you also partnered with BEF. I'm not sure.
Not aware that we had any of our programs except for tribal housing that put in for it. Plus the college did. But yeah, I think the person at housing moved on to another bigger job at state solar program.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. All right.
Or there that we did have, they led a community survey, alternative heat and whatever home, which would be solar. Yeah, he moved on to the state program, so I don't think we have any. I don't, Tony, you know something, or Richard?
I thought they call it, might help the college do something, or.
Yeah, the college might have something. Yeah, the one guy, yeah, the housing authority has a little thing, and then maybe the college.
So we decided not to sign on to any more lawsuits for a while. If you need us to do other work, we're at your service.
Trump, I mean, we could probably sign on to lots of stuff.
Yeah.
Although we might have to reevaluate that if things go as sideways as I fear they might. So we'll see.
All right.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
It's a good example.
Yeah.
When did you need executive? Can we go into executive?
All right, moving to executive session. Motion by Martin to approve the resolution for the processing facility. Resolution, yeah, for the grant, for the processing. We have our time here. We have a motion and a second by James. And any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? 6-4, going out of the room, Carol. Motion passes. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you all.
Greenworks. Perfect timing, Seth. Let's bring up some young faces here. Come on, Casey. Chris, you gotta be a young guy.
We got the group. Oh, we don't need a break or anything? Nope. And
If we go to break them, we'll lose them.
Yeah.
that's what I thought. And isn't somebody coming up with me? Aaron,
Okay.
somebody has to. Good afternoon, council members. I would like to do one thing before we present on the Milltown water right, and like to introduce you to Erin Klinkenbeard, who worked in the water quality program, and you met her there, but she's now the water rights program manager for our rejuvenated NRD Doer Water Rights Program, and she's doing third month about and doing a very, very good job working on injections and registering water rights, Blackfoot Challenge, Milltown, all sorts of things.
Wow, good.
Land acquisition strategies. So we're excited to have her. So I'd like to get her comfortable up here and
Hey,
Aaron, you can use your mouse to change the pages or set.
Oh.
yeah. I'm gonna go from notes here and we're not asking for any council action today, but the tribes off reservation.
Fine with this being an open session, or do you need?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. The tribes off reservation Milltown right becomes enforceable in April of this year. And the catalyst for visiting with you is that the FWP and the tribes have developed a framework on how they would administer the water right going forward. And there will be public meetings later in May where this is a topic that goes to the governor's desk in Helena. And so they have orchestrated a set of meetings where the director of FWP will be there, and they've asked council representatives would be there. And so I'll get to that at the very end, but I'll just try to punch through my list here very quickly for you and explain the framework, which starts on about page 62 of your handout. And the attorney we've been working directly with on this topic is Zach Zeifel. So as you know, the tribes co-own the Milltown water right, which is an off-reservation water right split between the Blackfoot and Clark Fork drainages. So the Blackfoot minimum flow is 700 cubic feet per second. The Clark Fork is 500 cubic feet per second. Importantly, and sort of subtly, the water right, the hydropower water right was preserved at 2,000 cubic feet per second at the Clark Fork above Missoula. So basically there's no ability to develop any water in the upper Clark Fork. And when we say the upper Clark Fork, we're talking about from Missoula to Homestake Pass. So it's really a big piece of geography that we're implicating here. And so that legal availability is something I don't want to go into now, but at some point it might become very important to the tribes. The water right was changed legislatively through the compact. And so the purpose, the ownership was split, and the water right was split into two watersheds. It's just as background important to know that water users in the upper Clark Fork are quite bitter that the water right was changed legislatively rather than through the Montana DNRC change process, which would have allowed them much more of a venue to be involved, and it would have, it's basically an equity issue in their minds. So I'm very aware of that and I keep track of that. The Blackfoot has an existing in-stream flow water right called a Murphy right. And the tribes co-own that water right, which is a water right that was developed in the 1960s for our blue ribbon trout streams. And so the tribes are co-ownership of a 1971 priority date water right and will retain co-ownership of that water right. And the Murphy water right, we call it a Murphy water right, it's an in-stream flow water right, is the catalyst for the Blackfoot Challenge Drought Management Plan, which is one of the more successful water management topics or initiatives in the state of Montana. Frankly, it's a voluntary water conservation plan for the irrigators in the Helmville, Ovando area, Nevada Creek, Nevada Reservoir. But with the Milltown water right, that water right was changed from 1971. Well, it was now that there's a new water right with a priority date of 1904. And so that brings in about 270 new irrigation claims that can be called in the Blackfoot drainage. And so we're working with the Blackfoot Challenge to update their drought management plan. And Aaron's been very instrumental in that. We have a short section at the beginning on the tribal perspective and the tribal cultural connection that Aaron shepherded through the preservation and culture committees. And then we're working on updating the whole drought management plan and working towards these voluntary drought plans that individual irrigators like the Mannix family or some of the bigger families up there have. So in addition, the tribes co-own public recreation water rights for the entire Clearwater chain of lakes that, you know, start in the south half of the Swan Valley and come down to the confluence of the Blackfoot, the Clearwater chain of lakes. So those are pretty prominent water rights. So that's kind of where the Blackfoot is at. It's really running well. There's a good coordination effort in the challenge. The tribes are intimately intertwined in that. Aaron and Amanda Spencer went to the watershed restoration meeting last week, so we're involved in that. The challenges occur in the upper Clark Fork Basin above Tura to Butte, Montana and above. So Rock Creek, Flint Creek, Gold Creek, and then all of the drainages around Deer Lodge. The prison, the state prison has enormous water rights for agricultural purposes. So the tribes have maintained their involvement ever since 2015. We go to many coordination meetings with DNRC, Fish, Water, Wildlife and Parks, and the water users. In 2019, we presented at 8 different public meetings in the upper Clark Fork. Rocker, Ovando, Avon, Deer Lodge, Gold Creek, places like that. It's summarized in a report. I would characterize those meetings as decent to pretty hostile. No better than decent though. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of my red to green ranking of them. It was a tough crowd. It's a very different area. It's a huge area size wise. There are a lot of senior water rights to the tribe's 1904 priority date. This is not like your in-stream flows on the reservation that had the time immemorial priority date. 1904 actually, almost all the water rights in Flint Creek have a senior priority date to that. They're from the 1870s through 1890s. So that's the case there. The Upper Clark Fork has water commissioners, which when your previous council was negotiating the water rights, they were very concerned about water commissioners, which are basically water cops to move water based on priority. The reason your former council representatives were concerned is water commissioners are paid on a pro rata share on ownership of the water right. So the tribes had very large water rights, so would pay a large percent of the water commissioners. So that was a piece of history. And then the Upper Clark Fork, unlike the Blackfoot, is very dewatered. The Little Blackfoot River, when you drive up to Helena, barely has a fishery left. It's the water flows are so low. Flint Creek is very low flow. And then the upper Clark Fork River above Garrison to basically Butte is heavily dewatered. And as some of you may know, the brown trout fishery is crashing up there. And so it's kind of an ecological threshold, but so there are 1,169 junior water rights to the tribe's water right in the Clark Fork from Flint Creek up to Butte. So there's a big group of water rights that could be called. And again, this is surface water irrigation or groundwater irrigation only. And so, now I'll shift over to this framework that's in the pages here. With the April 25th, 2025 ability to enforce this water right, it's kind of elevated. The Montana legislature approved the compact in 2015, Montana Senate Bill 62, and they put it, well, in concurrence with the tribes, there's a 10-year deferral period in which there was an effort to build water use plans in the upper Clark Fork Basin. And so we have come together with a shared framework with Montana FWP, and it took a lot of, Zach, Aaron, and I were able to review our end quite quickly, but it would get held up in the lieutenant governor's office and at sort of state politics quite a bit, frankly. So the framework document, it forms, we can now say that we adhere to Senate Bill Montana legislation. We have a framework, it's not a formal plan. Importantly, and the water users are very concerned on how FWP and the tribes will interact on enforcing and administering their water rights. So the tribes throughout it and FWP preserve the right to independently call or enforce their water right throughout. But the framework also sets a cooperative approach to jointly administer these water rights. And so that's what the framework does. It's important to know that in the Clark Fork and the Deer Lodge Valley, last year we would have been seeking to call 62 CFS of water. So that's 6 times Crow Creek at Highway 93 today, something like that. We'd be trying to find that kind of water out of irrigation diversions in the upper Clark Fork Basin. The water right can be called approximately 25% of the time in August and September. So for Aaron's program administering water rights, this is going to be it's an annual grind to get through this, but that's kind of the background of the protocol. So the immediate actions are what this document that I sent along to Jen to pass to the council is that on any given year, we'll, one of the first steps is we need to analyze what water rights are valuable to call, which will produce wet water in the river. You don't want to blow your energy calling a water right that isn't going to generate water. And this at the state level has risen to the level that Montana FWP in 2022 has a call protocol document where it has to be approved up through the governor's office before they can initiate call. So that's how they've operated. It's they ran into trouble in the Muscle Shell River in 2022, and the governor's office required this sort of operating procedure to call water rights. So we're looking for what water rights can be called and which will provide real benefit in the river. We're looking to try to develop specific water use agreements with large irrigators, sort of the Blackfoot Challenge model. That's been going on for years with very little success, and then so if we can develop a water use agreement with an irrigator, they might be shielded from call. That might be part of the agreement. If a water commissioner exists, then we wouldn't call that water right because we would communicate with the water commissioner and they would administer the water right. And there are water commissioners in Flint Creek, Racetrack Creek, and I think 2 other, there's about 4 water commissioners in the upper Clark Fork that seasonally administer water. So after kind of understanding the water rights to call, we track the flows within the year, just keep track of things. And Aaron's program is gonna have to do that western Montana wide because we have Kootenai water rights, we have the Swan water rights, we have the Eureka water rights, we have Bitterroot water rights. And so we have to develop sort of a tracking procedure. If, as in last year, when the water right could have been called for several weeks, we have a coordination process with Montana FWP. So we then at a staff level recommend we need to enforce or call this water right so that we can get improvement in the stream condition. Then what happens at that point is that FWP goes to the manager of the state fisheries program, who then goes to the director, who then is likely to go to the lieutenant governor, but that's not in the protocol. But it goes to the FWP director level. What we recommend and put in the framework for the tribes is that staff would kind of internally make a recommendation with FWP. Then we'd go to your legal department quickly. Then we'd come into the council and say, we think we should call this water right. And call means, we'll get to that, but so that's our proposed step is staff to legal to council. These are things that you're trying to do in compressed timeframes because, you know, they're occurring during a drought in August and you're trying to, you know, create relief for the river system. So that's what we recommend there. Then what happens in this, in the state is that a standard call letter is issued to the water right users. And they are asked to cease and desist their water use and basically terminate their water use. And that's where it gets wonky, right? Because some are gonna blow up and say no, some are gonna do it, some are gonna have it happen a couple of years in a row and come and say to the tribes and FWP, I think we better talk about a water management plan for my ranch or something like that. But typically the court of competent jurisdiction for these is the state district court, although it can go to the Montana Water Court. And this is something I don't know enough about, but you know, obviously our legal team would be able to navigate that. And then we just kind of have a, you know, a debrief afterwards, and then we go into the next year. So this is going to occur in 25% of the years looking forward, that we're going to sort of come in here and kind of seek counsel on that. The longer term solutions are, one is that we could get a main stem Clark Fork River Water Commissioner going, for example, like that. You know, that has cost to it. Usually that's not invoked until you've tried other things and then you just can't resolve them. It's that's sort of an arbitration dispute resolution process. We are very interested in sub-basin water management plans to try to understand how to conserve water, improve the fishery, and just sort of improve conditions. We've spent a tremendous amount of time in Gold Creek, which is, you know, the drainage on the south side that drains the Flint Creeks, but have some cooperative irrigators up there. But to go from cooperative irrigators that want you to understand how they manage water to a formal and documented water management plan has been a step too far for them. So we have not succeeded in any sub-basin plans yet. Of course, we haven't been able to call the water right, so they haven't felt the heat, so to speak, which might prompt them to do that. And then the third option is mitigation. And I just thought for your benefit, for a period of time, Dan Decker had me on the Upper Clark Fork Superfund Advisory Board, where I learned about how the state was buying water out of Silver Lake, which if you drive from Phillipsburg to Georgetown to Anaconda, there's big Georgetown Lake, then there's Silver Lake, which is a water supply for the city of Butte. They were paying, so the city of Butte has Silver Lake water, about, oh, I forget now, about 10,000 acre feet of water. So something close to McDonald Reservoir sitting there. And they were leasing on an annual basis for a couple of years to the Montana Natural Resource Damages Program to move that water down through the little, down below the little Blackfoot drainage to shepherd it through. And it was working very well, but they were also asking a lot of money for that water, like hundreds of thousands, and not offering more than a 1-year term. And so I about a year ago, I visited with the mayor of Butte about it, and he just, Butte has to take care of themselves, right? That's how it's always gonna be, always was. So they're not really ready to cough up that mitigation water. So, we have worked really diligently with your legal staff on this framework. We feel like we're comfortable with it. It sets forth a cooperative arrangement, but allows the tribes to go their own way as needed. I wasn't going to ask council approval or via resolution or anything. I just think, we've worked really hard on it. It doesn't commit the tribes to anything, but we were gonna plan to go forward with that. If that interpretation is wrong, we can come back into the council with a resolution or a request for approval or at a later date. But and now I didn't feel like I felt comfortable with where it was at. Now, the last thing I'd like to bring up is that there are 3 public meetings later in May, and some of us have to be in water court for 3 straight weeks, so I wanted to get into the council early here. But May 19th in Deer Lodge, May 20th in Ovando, and May 22nd in Drummond. And the FWP has made a direct request of tribal staff to see if a council member would be available for one or all, and I've never asked the council for that kind of thing before. This is new for me, but I don't know exactly. We are with the Kootenai Culture Committee tomorrow, and we're gonna let them know about these meetings if they want to come, and we'll do the same with the Salish Culture Committee and the Preservation Department. But the way these meetings are gonna run in the past, the public meetings we ran in the Upper Clark Fork were, Pat Sackle, who you know probably, and I would present, and it was sort of informal and fluid, but we're sensing that the state wants to have a pretty orchestrated process where the tribes, the tribes via me or someone else that's designated would present, and FWP, one of their senior attorneys would present, and then the director of FWP would be back there at a chair answering questions, and their hope would be a senior tribal representative would be there also. And the imagery I think they're trying to portray is that we're lockstep on this process. So and the meetings are at 6:30 in the evening, and I don't know how well they'll be. I don't know much more than that at this point, but pardon?
What were the dates again?
May 19th in Deer Lodge, May 20th in Ovando, and May 22nd in Drummond. And we have a link to they're in the community centers. We have a link to that. And I think what we do is between Casey and others in NRD, we'll probably be in council in early May. Somebody will be in the council in early May, and we might refresh and ask you again if one or more of you would participate in that. But those are the dates, pretty well set at this point. So, yeah. Unless anyone has anything else, we have obviously the tribes with water corps, BIP, CITT, all those things we work on. We tend to lose track of the Milltown water right a little bit. It's a very prominent issue in the state of Montana, as you can sort of see with FWP's director being involved and the framework going up to their kind of highest office, frankly. And so it's kind of getting to that point now where it's with the enforceability of that water right, it's going to be more in the news, I guess you might say. So that is all we have at the moment. And Erin is also preparing what we call a story map, which is a visual map, online map tool that you'll actually be presenting to KCC tomorrow in draft form. And so we're trying to create with Victoria and Lucia Pixico, Victoria White and Lucia, we're trying to create kind of a media that explains the tribe's perspective on the Milltown water right. So I believe that's it. Yeah. Okay. Any questions that we can address?
Yeah, go ahead, James. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Now defunct Upper Clark Fork Restoration, something or other. That
yeah.
used to exist 15, 20 years ago that Schweitzer did away with. The question that I have is after the Milltown Dam, it's not related to this, but I'm definitely interested in participating in some of those meetings. After the Milltown Dam is removed, I don't know who the fisheries biologist folks are, if that's you, Seth, or whoever. What can you determine after the dam is removed, the impacts upon the fisheries afterwards? I think I've heard a few things about it, but can you give a little reader's digest version, or Tom or somebody? Because
I can only do a half-baked job of it because I don't track it, but I do know that there has been, much like we had bull trout move above the Jocko K Canal, they have evidence of large river fluvial fish moving into the upper Clark Fork. So they have documented evidence of movement there. The water, the environment gets fairly hostile up there though. And in fact, around Rock Creek, it's been channelized so much that they're wondering, they have very suppressed populations of fish there. And so they're wondering why, and it's really, could be habitat driven, temperature driven, but so they're moving into that reach, but then there's, it's like a red light district, they turn around and go back, or whatever. But there is a stream called Harvey Creek, which is before Rock Creek, which is, Rock Creek is in addition, but Harvey Creek is a stronghold for bull trout still. So they're kind of fighting hard for that population. And but so they are getting fish moving up there, but they're not getting a great response because of the environment that they're encountering up there. Yeah.
so you're saying some fish don't like a red light district?
I know, as soon as I said that, I thought maybe
Sorry.
maybe Vice Chairman Collins might run to that. I don't know. Yeah.
I gotta bite that.
Yeah, I know, that was a bad one, but anyway.
It's
But,
a release.
yeah. The upper Clark Fork is extremely tough on fish, the Warm Springs area and
Thanks,
stuff.
I appreciate that, because
Yeah,
I hadn't really heard of reports since.
yeah, they're getting a positive response, but it's, there's work to do, which is why we have all the younger generation here. Yep, so. Very good. We're gonna move forward with the framework because that's really an important thing, and we will refresh on the meeting dates in early May on that. So thank you very much for your
I
time.
know Seth, I could probably do the 22nd. I'm gonna be in Missoula that day, so.
Okay.
I could go to Drummond.
Yeah, okay,
That might be, I don't know if you're just hostile, it might be dear, but Drummond would be second.
okay.
Savannah would be great.
Ovando will be a good experience.
Yeah,
We
great
have,
experience.
yeah.
All my buddies are there.
Yeah. That'll be sponsored by the challenge, so Jim Stone, Dave Mannix, Danny Iverson. Yeah.
A good group.
Yeah,
I just want to go to Drummond so I have a hamburger of my choice.
Yeah.
I think the meetings will be of a higher, they'll be decent to good because the FWP director, I mean, they won't want to misbehave in front of a council member or.
Well, they didn't worry about that when it was an upper Clark Fork
No,
restoration.
Yeah. Who knows?
I said, wait a minute, here's what I told them in Deer Lodge. I said, when the tribes handed this over, basically, it was in fine shape. There was no mine problems. There was no mine tailings. All of this was, they were trying to get smart with me. I'm like, no, that ain't working. When the tribes had this area, it wasn't this problem.
One thing we are asked, so a group that's formed in the last 4 years or so, 5, is called the Upper Clark Fork Extreme Flow Working Group. And we participate in that. That's irrigators, state agencies, Trout Unlimited, and the Clark Fork Coalition. And it's kind of the latch hold we have for a Blackfoot Challenge analogy. It's got miles and miles to go, but we are asked if the tribes will ever spend money in the Upper Clark Fork, and I answer as follows. Never having asked for guidance, I say it's not precluded. Section 7, Section 8, I could see the tribe spending money up there, but what we don't have is a tangible cooperative feeling good project or activity to latch onto right now. So, and we just aren't there yet, but I could see in the future the tribes being asked to contribute settlement dollars up there, because they struggle. I mean, money is always uppermost on their mind, particularly TU and Clark Fork Coalition, and they are doing good things. What they do is, our old friend from Valley Creek, Del Nicholson, bought a ranch up there. He's retired his water rights, and they've been, leased and bought out. And the Nicholson family, they still call it the Double Arrow Ranch up there. And so they work, things like that are happening. And so I personally think the tribes have a huge stake up there, and I at a technical level, think it's appropriate to put settlement resources up there. We haven't found the right thing to come in and advocate for that in front of the council yet. So, and not at the level you're seeing us do on the reservation, but contributing at some level up there. So, yeah. Okay, thank you for the time, and we will try to get you up there for those meetings.
Alrighty.
Yep.
Steve's up. All right. Thank you all. We're not talking about Charlotte School, are we? Golly.
It's good to see you guys. I always appreciate your time, and I always enjoy coming up and visiting with you. Yeah, I retired last year at the end of June. And I think most of you know, when you retire from public education, it's not quite the same as retiring from bowling, say. So I had to go find a new job. And this was an easy fit for me. When I was in education, I always admired and supported the Montana Youth Challenge Academy. It's one of those different avenues, different approaches for young people to get education, because public ed just doesn't work for some people. It's just one of those things. And as a public educator, that's one of the things I always struggle with, because we were always trying to find new ways to get kids involved. And we had kids at Charlotte that this was a life-changing event for them. It really was. So right now I'm an admissions counselor for Western Montana. I'm responsible for everything west of Butte, from Darby to Eureka. And I'm the main point of contact for the Youth Challenge to help kids ages 16 through 18 who are lost in a simple matter. Either academics is really hard for them, or they've got some issues at home with lack of support or no support. There might be drugs and alcohol that's slowing them down. There's a myriad of things that go on. And those 16, 17, and 18-year-olds that are probably most likely going to be dropouts, if they come to the Youth Challenge, we can help those kids get their high set degree, which is basically the old GED. And in certain circumstances, still earn their high school diploma. So in the state of Montana, Youth Challenge has a law, and it's up to each individual high school, but a student who graduates Youth Challenge and passes the high set can also earn their high school diploma. And most of the schools on the reservation are on board for that. So our Kalispell schools, I think I put a list of schools in your packet. I can't remember for sure what I put in there, but anyway, there are plenty of schools that will honor that. And the reason is simple. It's a win-win-win. First of all, it's about the kid, trying to see what we can do to help the kid. But it also helps the school system. Saves their dropout rate, saves their graduation rate. They still get some funding. Resources can be used on other students while the students that are having trouble go to the Youth Challenge. It's free for the kid. The Youth Challenge was started in 1999 in Montana, and we've had almost 4,200 kids graduate. And I mean, if you think about that in 25 years, that's 4,200 kids that were probably going to be dropouts. And all of us in this room understand the value of education, and if you're a dropout, it's really hard to get educated, which means it's really hard to make a good living, on and on and on. It's a snowball effect. One of the things that I really like to brag about with the Youth Challenge is the post-residential phase, which is 12 months after they graduate. The Youth Challenge has a case manager and the cadet has a mentor. And for 1 year after that, the case manager and mentor are trying to help that cadet find their way. I mean, they're still 16, 17, 18-year-old kids. They're still just kids. And as a public educator, when they graduate, they're kind of kicked to the curb and they're on their own. With the Youth Challenge, we still have someone in their court trying to help them, whatever they decide to do, whether it's go to the Job Corps, go to college, join the military, if they want to come back to high school. But it's also a place where we struggle, especially with Native Americans. You'll see one of those stats I put in that paper there. We have a placement rate 85% with cadets, and for Native Americans, it's only 38%. And what is a placement rate? Well, a placement means when the student graduates Youth Challenge, they have a plan in place where if they're gonna go to the Job Corps, they know they've got all their paperwork done, they know their start date, and there's someone, the case manager mentor is gonna work with them to get them through Job Corps. If it's the military, then someone from the Job Corps and their mentors working with them to make sure that they get all their physicals done and they respond to MEPS on time and they show up for their day they're supposed to ship out. If it's college, it's someone that's helping them get all the college paperwork together. And for some reason, Native Americans, we do not do well with placing them. And it's a struggle and it's something we would really like to work on and improve. We don't really have yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I guess, right below the data that you're talking about with 38%, your next, bullet point says, request to keep cut hair are honored. All male cadets have to go through haircuts. Could some of it be because they lose their strength when we make them go against their own values and they lose confidence in themselves? I guess we're saying, we're building you up, but we break them down the minute they go in for being Indian and having long hair. So I guess I just see some, we want to help them, but here, let's break it down first in a really negative way. Right. So I think.
And when I first hired on and I asked that question, because we do get about 30% Native American cadets, the way it was explained to me is that's kind of above the Montana Youth Challenges. They don't have a choice in that. That's National Guard Bureau policy, and it's across the whole United States. So the folks who are the leaders in Dillon don't have any say in that. It's not a great answer.
I guess somebody's gotta have a say, and so it's gotta be the leaders from local areas that speak up to bring it to the next level, because you're in a highly populated Native American state, right, and there's lots of states with Native American people, so we're not the only state probably seeing these kind of things. I don't know if we're the only one with the challenge program, but that's really, I think if you wanna really advocate and get our kids a future, you should work on that one.
Thank you. That does come up sometimes with cadets, but we also have a very strong, what I would call following with Native Americans, and they're successful graduating. It's the placement afterwards that we struggle with. So that's one of the reasons I'm here. One of the reasons I'm here today is just to get the word about Youth Challenge. I don't know how often they come and visit with Tribal Council. The other reason is I'm throwing these things out there, looking for ideas for help, things that we could do as a Youth Challenge. And I'll definitely make sure they know that. They know exactly what you're saying, but that's usually the answer. I guess like, well, if we could make that happen in Dillon, we would, but that's not we don't get to choose that. So anyway.
So Steve, this is the first time that I've been party to a presentation about the Montana Youth Challenge, other than seeing the TV commercials. Good, just being honest with you.
Good, I'm glad you're being honest, because when I took the job, there was a lot of questioning in my mind, like, we need to do a better job at this, and so I was excited about getting the job and doing this, because I just think there's a lot of kids in our valley and on the reservation that can benefit from that, and we're not getting the word out enough, so, anything we can do to promote it to help those kids.
Yeah, I've heard about Youth Challenge. I've had friends and acquaintances who had kids go there and they said it was like life changing. Life altering, like their kids were going down this horrible path. They didn't know what to do. And they were afraid their kid was gonna, wind up in jail and they weren't listening to anybody. And then they sent them to Youth Challenge and then their kid came back like totally different person in the best possible way. I've heard really good things about it.
Absolutely. One of the things you can do is if you go to the Facebook site and just read comments that former cadets make and parents make, it's very reaffirming that, okay, there's a program that can help you.
Yeah, my comments were, so I'm looking at your list of schools and I see Arlie, Holson. So what would make a school not work with you?
It's a great question. So
we have schools come in here, when you were at Charlo to do presentations. One very small school district came in recently and they have an astronomical, I would say, way higher than the state average rate of dropouts. And they said part of it's because of COVID, they just had a hard time getting people back in, but if it's like 4 times the state average, that's huge. So this would be a way that they could still keep their graduation rate. Kids could graduate who might not be getting this like intensive level of resources out in some rural Montana. So like I noticed that Hot Springs isn't on here at Two Eagle River School. Would you be able to work with students at Two Eagle River School and then they could still be counted as like a Two Eagle student, but they get some of these, this intensive.
Yep, I talked to Rodney last month and in January I was at, and then, let's see, what month is this? April already. Yeah. So in February, I went to the Hot Springs School Board and I think we're gonna get them on board. And I also talked to Rodney in February and he was very interested in that. And it's one of those things too, you don't know those little nuances. And so some of the schools aren't on because they didn't know about it. So like I was at Deer Lodge the other day and the principal's like, I had no idea that was an option. So that's part of my job is trying to get that word out that, no, you can do that. Some schools are not on that. Those are schools on the list that we know have something in policy. It doesn't mean they can't do it anytime they want because it's a state law. So some schools will say, we're not gonna put it in policy, but yeah, if we have a kid that goes through the Youth Challenge, we will still give them a diploma. What we're trying to do is, the reason I have that in my packet when I had it out is we would love to see it in policy because superintendents change, school board members change, principals change, and then it gets lost in the shuffle. And there's a principal there that didn't really realize that that was an option. So they can do it, any school can do it, it's up to the school district. And on that list, it kind of breaks down some of the certain ways they break it down because they can put different stipulations. The biggest school district in the state, Billings, theirs is pretty simple. Graduate the Youth Challenge, pass your high sit, we'll give you a district diploma. And that is a big selling point for the Billings area. The admissions counselor in that area works with schools and kids down there, and that is always a big seller. Because you've got a kid that's 17, he's about to be 18, and the school counselor or principal's looking at him saying, you're gonna be 19 pretty soon, and we're not gonna be able to get you enough credits to meet our standards. But if you would go to the Youth Challenge, live down there for 5.5 months, not only work on your academics, but work on physical fitness, work on your self-esteem, self-confidence, maybe find some job skills, we'll also award you a diploma. And that's a heck of a thing to be able to put on your resume that I completed the Youth Challenge program, because it's got a really good reputation, especially for employers, military, Job Corps people, because they look at that kid and say, that's a kid that can start something and finish something now. you know, the way I sell it to, different schools is 22 weeks is 154 days and it's 24 hours a day. Like, you know, I mean, they're living there, so.
Sure. I'm wondering if this would be a good opportunity to have the chart post to do an article about this. And just to kind of remind people that this is a resource. And, you know, because even though our Job Corps Center closed down, I love Job Corps. There's 2 other Job Corps centers in Montana that are still going. That's just a really good pathway for kids who aren't gonna, who need a different kind of.
Exactly.
I personally hated high school. I didn't like it. And I was a pretty good kid, I was like a cheerleader and wrote for the school paper and stuff like that. But I didn't like it. I just like stayed busy to make it go faster. I did not like high school. And so I relate to that when kids say, that high school isn't for them, they would rather do something else, be someplace else. So it just, we should probably have the paper do another article on Job Corps too, but certainly for youth challenge, I think that would be a good idea to put an article in the paper. And there's some local graduates who are above 18 who might be willing to be interviewed for an article like that and how it changed their lives and how it helped them. And just to remind people, desperate parents who are maybe looking for some alternatives for their kids to remind them that this exists.
And Youth Challenge is a perfect stepping stone to the Job Corps, because at the Youth Challenge, they finish up, they get their training, so to speak. They get that attitude of completion, so they're more independent and ready to go to the Job Corps. Sometimes the Job Corps, if you go there too young, if you get kicked out or if it doesn't work, well, then they don't take you back. And so the Youth Challenge can instill some of those intrinsic skills they all need, and I totally agree with you. We have kids that went to the youth challenge and then went to Job Corps, and it was life changing. It's not ever forward. But Charcusta is a great idea. I've also been trying to figure out how to get the word out, like working with Anderson Broadcasting. I haven't talked to them yet, but I'm hitting next week I'll be in Kalispell. I still live in Charlotte. My main office is in Missoula, but I'm trying to hit all of the local job service fairs. I actually was going to try to get to the tribal fair that's here next week, but I had already committed to the job service fair in Kalispell because they're on the same day at the same time. But any of those ideas that you guys have, anything that I can do to come visit with groups, whether it's you guys or school groups or church groups or civic groups, I love talking about the Youth Challenge, and I'm willing to just do about anything to promote it.
What is the capacity?
So we take up to 270 kids a year, and we call them cycles instead of semesters. So right now we're looking for kids for the next cycle, which starts in July. We'll take up to 135 kids. The group that started in January, they just reached the halfway point. They'll graduate in June.
So is it always full, or?
We have a waiting list. Yeah, the last 3 cycles, they've had a waiting list. It's not quite competitive, but it's getting to the point where it's competitive. And it's kind of a sad thing in a way, because there's that many kids that need help. But it's also nice to know there's something for them to do. So if it becomes competitive with waiting lists, we always start with the kids that are the oldest first, because they're about to age out. And then we try to encourage those younger kids to reapply for the next cycle. If they've been accepted and they can't make it to the July cycle, they've already been accepted, they immediately get put to the front of the list for the January cycle.
If there's a waiting list, is there a plan to expand the program?
There is talk about expanding the program. Of course, that's the first thing that comes up is money.
Yeah.
So when it started in 1993, the federal government said every state can have a youth challenge program if they'll fund 25% of it. So in Montana, the state of Montana pays 25%, the National Guard Bureau pays 75%. Everything we have to answer to, kind of back to Danielle's question, is National Guard policy. And so there's certain things that we might not particularly like at the Montana Youth Challenge, but because it's federal, we don't really have much say in it, other than trying to work with our legislators and representatives to change some of that policy. The biggest thing is the funding and the facility is the next biggest thing. We are the only youth challenge program that is on a college campus. And that gives us a big advantage because the kids who go down there and do really well the first half can qualify to take college credits and it's free. So like I have two young ladies that I recruited for this cycle. They got to the halfway point. They've done really good in school. They're both going to take 6 college credits at Western Montana College and they don't have to pay a dime for it. National Guard pays for it.
Is the funding secure on the federal side?
We know we're okay through the next biennium. But then with everything that's just happened recently with politics, we're not sure if we know we're gonna be able to maintain our funding, but maintaining it sometimes isn't good enough to keep advancing, so are we gonna have to cut a position? Are we gonna have to maybe back off how many kids we take? We know we're good for the next cycle, but it might affect the cycle that starts next January.
Or big. There was an animal there. Animal perception.
Like my grandmother said, you can choose your friends, but you're stuck with your relatives. What I was gonna suggest is I appreciated some of the photos that included Native Americans, but here's a suggestion, and maybe you're doing this if you're not, maybe. It helps when you have like Native American specific literature, if you're able to, but I was thinking as you look through your history of your cadets that have graduated that are Native American, have somebody do an interview with them. That would be so impactful, to put on YouTube or social media or whatever, to say, hey, so from here or from another message you're visiting. And I do appreciate that in your sheet here, this one, that you allow for smudging if the cadet is requesting that I think that's important. I think some of these other things that you mentioned here are pretty cool to hear, but I think if you take some of those students that you have, even current ones maybe, and just have these folks interview, your fellow cadets and talk about why they're there and how their experiences, that would be so impactful to
absolutely
our young people as you're going around, to have that story out there.
Well, this morning I was with tribal ed answering questions for them and presenting some things, and that was one of the things that they also mentioned, like we get more cadets. So we do use them and invite them to come to our orientations, former cadets. But like when she brought up Charcusta, that was where my mind's like, well, so I can get some cadets, we could get with Charcusta to get some interviews. Because we do have some kids who have graduated and done really good things for a positive reinforcement of this program.
Thank you. So this morning when we were meeting with Steve, one of the conversations kind of circles back to the 30% placement rate. And what they're seeing, the big gap is mentors for kids that are returning to their tribal homelands. And so I just wanted to put that out there because you don't necessarily need to have a relationship with the kids right now. If we could sign up some people to be mentors, there's training, they support you through the whole thing, but if that's the piece that's it's making them fall through the cracks, then I'd like to ask council if, any of you would consider mentoring some kids when they come back here. And the other thing I'd like to say is that I have personal experience as a teacher with Montana Youth Challenge, and every single student that I supported going there graduated. But what he's saying is true, we're 50, for the kids that I supported 50-50, one of them's in prison, the other one has his own business. There's several that are here that I know of that are kind of floundering. And so, I think that they're not too far gone, like we can hopefully get them back on a good path, but I really feel like that's the piece where, we come to council to ask for that support, but also we could put it out to CSKT employees to mentor kids that are returning home from the Montana Youth Challenge, and the mentoring is not time intensive. It's after you get trained, you could say once a month or once a week, however you want to, just check in on them and say, okay, I heard that you're not getting up every morning and showing up for work, and we need that to get you here, and just those kinds of conversations. I feel like that's the thing that kids need the most is connection, and maybe they're not getting that anywhere else. And so if we could support them in that way, I would love to see that. That's all.
Yeah, I think I really like the idea of mentorship, and I really wish, you know, that we had a mentorship program for tribal members. For all tribal member youth who wanted a mentor, and develop a program for that. And, you know, we don't really have an apprenticeship program per se for the tribe, but we really need one. A coordinated apprenticeship program and a mentorship program. And I would certainly do that. And, you know, I would, yeah, I just think that it's also a good opportunity to start thinking about how can we develop a mentorship program for tribal members as a whole. Kids who want a mentor can sign up, and then really develop a program and maybe have a training for people who want to be a mentor and how you do that, and have a vetting process. And what it means to be a mentor to somebody. And, you know, so if you're a kid and you're thinking about maybe going to college, but no one in your family has a working, maybe no one in your family has a job, that's a huge leap, but it's entirely possible. It's not impossible. So it helps a kid to know somebody to say, hey, I used to be just like you, and this is how I did it. You can do this. Or just have somebody paying attention to that who's positive person in the community is really powerful. So, yeah, I think that would be a good idea to send out the call to tribal employees, but as a tribal ed department, I would encourage you to start thinking about how can we develop our own mentorship program for tribal members. I think that would be wonderful.
As always, thank you very much for your time. You guys have a tough job, a really tough job, but I always enjoy seeing you guys at work. The water rights thing. God love you. That's right.
Share the love.
Thank you very much for your time.
Congratulations on your retirement job.
Yeah, thank you.
Good, worthwhile.
Taking time, Mr. Chair, we've been sitting for almost 3 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you.
Good. Now let's go in terms of the room.
Are we ready?
Yeah, we're ready to put it.
Can you read that little bullet, little tiny print I wrote down in there? In the middle where it says the changes for each division, and then I highlighted them. So in the transit division, I just removed the Flathead Transit bus driver and the ticketing agent, which he had came in and asked you about. So that's the change in the transit. And then moving left to right in the same little bullet, elderly division, I removed the titling where it says trust manager, which is highlighted. It used to say assistant trust manager, a division manager / trust manager. And I removed that. And then I took out the supervision because she supervised at that time all of those people in the same column. So I took that out and brought it up to her as the division manager, because that's where it used to be. Diane's title was assistant division manager / trust manager. She supervised the front office coordinator and the data records and the home visitors when she was the trust manager. And so I moved that up to her as the division manager. And then, I took out from underneath Dan Adler under the maintenance block, all of the contract workers because I was told we can't have contract workers in and on the org chart. And then moving to social services, I had the directive to put that particular worker up underneath Marcy, which you see, and then I combined the ICWA Montana Transitional Living, those two, because the position and the work underneath both positions is not enough for, one worker is like half and half, so I combined the two. And then I moved, the social circle, positions over underneath there, and that program manager is Jason Heavy Runner, and he's been working and been over, second circle for the last year, so I put it up underneath him because he's been doing it anyways, and then I added a home visiting specialist up underneath him as well, because we, I think you guys know when we presented, we've decreased our caseload from 178 down to 98. That's what we've gotten care with all of the decreases, but we do need home visitors up in that area for the foster care and for the licensing. And then moving over further to the finance areas where we talked about that earlier when Danielle was asking, is the 1 through 4. And then the new grant, which is the Tribal Court Improvement Program, State Tribal Partnership Program grant, in the 2 positions underneath it. And then Community Support Division, which is Natalie's division. She added 2 positions in the security trainings, which was that MOU that we came over here with Lisa. And we added 2 positions in there to that we're training up in those security training positions, and we're training those 2 additional positions. And then I added 2 positions into the file clerks there, and then I changed the name of the workforce to Workforce Support Services Program up there on the top. It used to be a different name, and I just changed it because it's mostly in there. That's Tracy Couture's program where she works with all of those people, and that funding comes from the workforce grant up under 477. So I just made it what the actual program is to be in alignment for audit purposes. And those are my changes.
Yes, 2 questions. Do you know how many vacancies you have on this work chart? And then what's this gonna do to the budgets of each one of the programs as far as increasing? We're adding positions the middle of this year.
The 2 security training positions are funded out of maintenance. That was part of that MOA on the community support division. File clerks 477, we're good on 477 funding. We have carryover. Changing the name of the workforce training has no funding attached to it. The tribal court improvement, Karen talked to you about that earlier, $450,000 on that we have not spent any money out of, so we're good on that. The finance supervisor, adding those 2 positions there, comes out of the different grants that are in the finance division, and we've already looked at that budget and we're good on that. So there's no financial impact there because 2 of those positions, one will come out of the transit funding, DOT, and the other one is a combination of general funding and grant funding, so it's not going to be a huge impact. Moving the second circle up underneath Jason, it's general funds that come out of second circle general funding, so no positions added in there. Combining the ICWA and the MTL, it's already been funded, it's general funds, I'm not adding positions there, so no impact. Trust manager, I'm not adding positions, so no impact. The only one that I think that you're probably looking at, Martin, is adding those 2 finance positions, but they're a combination because they are working with transit funding, and they will be working with other combination of funding for the 4 divisions. It'll be a commingling of different funds based on the accounts that they are working in. So it won't be a huge impact. If that answers your question. Yeah.
So would you reclassify, like say Jason's position, where you're gonna be taking on supervision of several more people? I understand he's already doing it, but I feel like if you take on more supervision, more compensation usually comes with that.
I will probably benchmark and we'll see where we are with that. He was already doing supervision for them, as you are correct on that. And we'll look at that. But,
I mean, why I ask
yeah, I know why.
is, we get good employees, and then we just keep stacking more stuff on them because they're good employees. And then we don't compensate them, and then they burn out, or they go find another job where they're getting paid as much to do less work because we just stack so much on them. So the idea that he's been doing it already as other duties is a sign, I'm assuming. That doesn't do well for morale and staff retention. So.
I took the Tawahi out from underneath Jason, which was huge, and put the second circle under him, but the second circle lead residential worker has vast experience doing second circle and is pretty good at handling second circle. And the 4E supervisor who is over 4E is self-sufficient. So I realize that it looks like he has a lot, but the supervisors under him are very self-sufficient. I know, I see you shaking
That's
your
good,
head.
if you take that to personnel and then reclassify that, they're not gonna say, oh, that
Yeah,
person is
I know.
self-sufficient, that is another supervision.
Yep.
And so.
Yep. No, I understand.
Good with it, Danielle?
Right, only comment or maybe just feels out of place is that our security program managers, where our filing managers and our filing clerks are. Is that in the right spot? Are they filing for the whole PHRD scope, or are they filing for the security program?
I'm glad you caught that, Danielle, because it shouldn't be under security, it should go up to Natalie, and I'll correct that. It'll be a pin change because the file manager would go up to Natalie and not to, security program manager, and I didn't catch that. So, yeah, thank you for pointing that out to me, I appreciate that. Yeah, the file manager is actually up underneath Natalie, and that's an error on my part. And I'll pull that tab off and go up on the other side and link it to Natalie.
Good, Mark.
So getting back to that grant, the one that hasn't been spent at all.
The TCIP.
Which, yeah, the one, no money's been spent on it. Are we looking at paying at the end of this fiscal year because we didn't spend anything?
No,
Are they gonna allow us to roll that over? Or are we gonna? Yeah. Well, where is this, yeah, you can't get a gun grant and not spend money on it.
Okay,
So the grant you're referring to is the tribal state partnership. It really does look at those processes that social services and CPS has with the state to improve those. That was a grant that was awarded in, I think, mid to late September, starting October 1. As Karen said, there's been no expenditures on it yet. That is a 5-year grant, so I think we'll be able to carry over what's unspent. The TSEP is a different grant that Karen oversees, which is Tribal Court Improvement Program.
go ahead, James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my main concern is just making sure that whatever the changes are here, is that we're working with, Greg's office and getting that training done in the different divisions in here, commodity or community support service, finance, all of these different ones that have finance officers in them or bookkeepers or that kind of thing, that they're aware of what they need to be doing in terms of certification so that we get those on track. So I think that's a pretty important one to make sure whatever the changes are, I just want to make sure that we're keeping up. We're learning, the staff is being trained in-house and with the help of Greg's office to make sure we're getting those done. I think that's important.
every program manager that's listed on here and the division managers will be in that training tomorrow and on the 16th, James.
Go ahead, Martin.
Are all the home care providers part-time? And is that just to be like Walmart and not give them benefits?
Talking about the, in the elderly division, Martin? They have, they're not, some of them have 40 hours, some of them have 20 hours, some of them have 32 hours. They have their hours based on the assessment of the elders that they work with and how many hours that those elders are assessed. And some of them have more than one elder that they work with, so they can go up to 40 hours. Depends on how many elders that they're working with, if that makes sense.
So you have home care providers that do 80 hours and are full-time and have benefits, and then you have others that, if they're part-time.
They have, you're asking me a question and I'm trying to think how the contracts are on some of them. They do have, I won't say full benefits, but they do have benefits. And I don't want to lie in here, but they do have benefits, but just not everything, because some of them don't want to work full-time, some of them only want 20 hours. And they only want to work with that relative, but if that relative is only assessed at 20 hours. It's a part-time employee, right? So because the elders get the amount of hours that they're assessed when the nurses assess. It's based on that order.
Danielle?
Thank you, Mr. Just thinking of the future budget's coming up. At APS, sometimes I hear it's understaffed. Is that true? That's just what we hear. Is that something where we need to look at finding more funding so we're taking care of our vulnerable adults out there in the community?
In the adult protective, worker? Or are you asking about elderly services, which?
So in the elderly services and APS, or is there two different adult protective services that?
So there is a slot for 1 to 2 adult protective services specialists. We currently have 1. And her caseload is not large. By numbers. And she does an excellent job. And that's why I asked you, are you asking me about how many we have actually enrolled in the program or how many she has on her caseload? She doesn't have a large caseload for her. What she does is a difficult caseload based on families, in particular families that are involved in the caseload. And we do staffing, sometimes once or twice a month and sometimes we do emergency staffings based on referrals that come in, and I do those staffings along with prosecutors and, SCAHA, tribal health, but her caseload is not high. If that's the question.
So no, maybe I just need to better understand the adult protective services program in its entirety, because I guess, we hear different things, and if I have a better understanding, then I can refer people the right way. Because if it's, adult protective services won't take my family member, or they don't have space for them, or there's not enough staff for them, and so I just, maybe if I can understand the qualifiers for the program, maybe in the future, then that'll help me when people are asking for help or services, so I can better explain to them if they can't get help there, maybe I'll know where to send them to.
Okay, because the adult protective services and the role that Lena does is Lena takes referrals for adults that have been abused financially, physically, medically. There's a difference in what her role is versus the overall role of elderly services division, if that makes sense. And I think you're questioning about when we have individuals that don't qualify for elderly services division because they might be Medicaid clients, and we don't take Medicaid clients. They have to go into a private nursing, private care providers. We don't, because we don't do third party. That's probably where you get the complaints from, Danielle, because we don't do Medicaid. There's different. That's why I asked you which complaint, because I know we get both.
Thank you for helping me understand that.
Go ahead, Martin.
Why is your security for term support off under that? Is that a funding issue and not with security, regular security, or new security?
Say that again, Martin.
On the second column to the right, very bottom, security.
For child support. Child support has their own security. It's different than the other side, and they usually go out with a locate processor server to do the processing, serving for custody orders. So it's different.
Isn't that a duplication?
Yes and no. So when they have go out in the field and they're investigating and looking at child support and doing service processing, and they have someone that's non-compliant, that security person goes with the locator and the process server. So it's a different role. The security on the other side serves in a different function. And it does appear to be duplication, but it's not, and it's out of a different fund source. And they don't leave that area, and they don't come upstairs, they don't intermingle.
So that's, Mr. Chairman, that's 15 security guards? And to like, do they work staggered schedules, or are they? There's all that many 8 or 7 to 5:30?
So you have some of them that are at the warming center, because they do security at the warming center. Right? The trainees, 2 of them are belong to maintenance, that they're being, and the security trainings are with maintenance, and they do staggered hours. Because warming center also has them.
So those people are under maintenance, so why are they on this work trip?
Because they're stationed in the HRD, it's an MOA. And they're being trained. I could take them off, but I don't, because they're up underneath my folks. It's the MOA for training.
Any other questions? Any proposed work chart changes? What you're gonna make in the current draft would be the file manager.
I just did an ink change on that, but yeah, I can. Oops, sorry. I just did a simple ink change on it, which I could do on yours as well. It's just as easy. Do the pen, if that's okay with you.
You know, if you guys have been working well with the records department?
Yes, I did send my people over there to Chamel to get training for how to process and do filing. I did. We sent them over there to learn the correct protocol for filing and setting up our file room.
Is any of that to scan and do electronic files? Is that, I mean, is any of that scanning those files to make it electronic rather than?
Yes,
paper?
that's has to do all of that, yeah.
So once your staff is trained, that they'll just be able to do all that themselves, right? I mean, sounds like we don't really need the records department.
What I'm proposing on my work plan is I'm working with Casey Thurman to develop a database that will work cross-wide in DHRD for the ability to have documents scanned and have the database. So part of that is, and I'm going to ask Charmel about that, because our file room downstairs is huge, and it would, if we could get those out of those and get them into it, I could have office space. So that's part of it, yes.
Yeah,
I guess I think we move forward with the approval, and Patricia, I think we're gonna give you the tools you need to be successful there in that department and catching up these monthly certifications. And I'd like to maybe have a follow-up in about 3 months to kind of see where you're at for the success of the team, because I'm thinking we've got lots of finance people. Greg, your team stepped up to help you guys with the training contracts and grants. So I'm hoping it goes really smooth for your team and it gets easier. And maybe in next year, you're coming in and saying, everybody's on track, and you know what, they're so well trained, they're running out of things to do, and maybe we're slashing a couple of positions and condensing this a little bit more, but I think we need to be efficient and find some efficiency there and get on track. So, I'll make the motion to approve this org chart with that file manager moved, and, oh, hang on, do we need to do anything with the child protection specialist, or is that okay where it is? Is that's temporary, or do we move it if it's temporary?
I don't think we move it. I think that your repeating, that's not gonna change. That is a temporary thing. And so I don't think we'd wanna do move that. But, you know, maybe we should ask, Jordan before we.
He's on.
Jordan on?
He's on the Zoom.
Hold that for a second, Mr. Chair. Can I ask Jordan?
Yeah, Jordan, both are not executive, no.
You wanna go to the secretary?
You want an executive? Yeah, a motion by Martin to approve the resolution to apply to Rocket Mountain Leaders Council for IT technology support. Right?
Yes.
Close enough. Is there a second? Second by Judy. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Unanimous. Carol's out of the room. So we have 6-4 coming out of the room.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can we go back into executive for Jordan?
Let's go back into executive. We're adjourned.